Excuse me.
Yep.
So is it just audio, or are we required to
No.
name who we are before
No.
we? Okay,
No, there's audio and there's video.
thanks.
So let's do that
It did on mine.
Okay. Good evening, and welcome to our visitors and our delegations. I want to, right up front, just apologize for the ragged voice that I have. I'm just going through a bad patch right now on that. Matt has been good enough to fit me with a lapel mic, so I hope everybody can hear. If you can't, we'll make some adjustments, and I think we'll get through that. I'm just going to run quickly through the visitors' protocol. I recognize a lot of faces that were here at our last meeting, but some might be new, and so just to kind of cover the ground rules. Just a reminder that all of our official meetings are open to the public. The director has provided a copy of the agenda, so that's easier for you to follow how the meeting is going to unfold. I should also mention, though, that in addition to that agenda, we have one item from the last meeting that is carried forward, which is the organizational meeting. So just one item, we'll go into that meeting and then into this one. That will not take long. Just a reminder that visitors are not permitted to participate in the discussion unless they're part of the official delegation and they make a presentation. 15 minutes is allowed for each of those presentations, and that 15-minute period is to include, if you want to, a time for trustees might want to ask a question of clarification. There won't be any debate, but they might say, well, can you clarify this point that you made? And Matt will just do the timing for us on that. You'll notice that when we get to item 14 on the agenda, that is a closed session, or sometimes called in camera, and that's typically where we deal with some personnel staffing issues, and that'll be the case again tonight. And lastly, our policy 7 doesn't allow for recording of these proceedings unless arrangements have been made ahead of time, and no arrangements were made, so that's the page we're on. The other thing, just regrettably, needs to be recognized here, that we've had some publicly veiled and not so veiled threats, and this, we'll just, on behalf of the board, we say that's completely unacceptable. We are passionate believers in the democratic process, and so that anything that can't be, any idea that can't be won through reason and civil dialogue doesn't really deserve to hold the day. So we appreciate your cooperation on that. So with that, I will call the meeting to order. First chair for you right here.
Oh, right here.
This gentleman had quite a ways to drive today, so we understand that it's sort of a little tight. Thank you for making it, Vera. So I'm reopening the organizational meeting and calling it to order. And as you recall, there was one item that we always leave for the second meeting, so that there can be some discussion of your preferences for the committee assignments. And so you have before you the committee assignments. It was a little bit easier to do this than sometimes because most of the requests seem to line up quite well with what was available. So as you look at that, are there any questions? If not, I would entertain a motion to adopt those. Kathy, all in favor? Thank you. Right. A motion to close the organizational meeting. Melanie, all in favor? Carried. Right. I now after 6, call the regular meeting to order. And as we do so, we'd like to acknowledge that the land on which we meet is traditional Treaty 6 and the homeland of the Métis. Looking at your agenda, in a moment we'll call for a motion to approve the agenda. Mr. Director, is there one other item?
Yeah, 10.9, LPSD grade reconfiguration.
Okay. With that addition, is there a motion then to adopt the agenda? Gina, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Are there any declarations of a conflict of interest that you need to make the board aware of? Right. Hearing none, we'll move on to the minutes. Do they appear to be complete and accurate? Right, I entertain a motion then to adopt them. Caroline, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Are you aware of any business that arises from the minutes that isn't otherwise taken care of on the agenda? Hearing none, let's go to number 7, where we get to hear from our delegations. I understand there's going to be a little substitute in that 7.4 is not able to be here, and number 7.5, Leanne will read that in their place. So, yep. Choose a seat anywhere. Okay, Kyle, are you leading off?
Yep. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I have the package here that starts with the building condition. Should be on legal paper for you guys. So the first page, after the cover page, is talking about the RH Services report. Just a bit of a rehash here, that it was initially done in July of 2013, and one of the points that I didn't think was brought up is that they are an occupational hygiene and safety company. They are not an engineering firm. So anything that they have to say about structure is they don't have that authority to actually make any recommendations on that. So their suggestions were based on a structure that had active water infiltration. They made several specific suggestions for mold remediations that were done, and we know it was successful due to the air quality is now good. They did not make specific recommendations for structural remediation, and they specifically said that an engineered design proposal for acceptable repair would be required. And it was also noted on the budget costs were very preliminary, and it would be impossible to accurately budget without an engineered design proposal. And then the page after that, I highlighted some of the things there, such as the suggested actions, because they cannot say recommended or recommended, because they're not certificated to do so, right? And I also highlighted the will require an engineered design proposal for an acceptable method of repair. That wasn't done until recently. And the structural engineer would be needed to confirm the stability of the joist detail for a 5-year life expectancy, which also, as far as I'm aware, was not done. And then moving on to the Forex construction, the quote was done on November 2023. It was based on the information provided by RH Services 10 years earlier, but as we know, they can't actually speak about the structure of the building. And they did not do an independent inspection, and they did not do their engineering work either. Which goes on to Rob Coleman Engineering. They went to the school in October 2023, a couple months ago. They did an independent inspection of the areas that were described as the worst by RH Services, and they are the only structural engineers that have been involved. And they described the structure as being in generally good condition. It was also noted that there was no evidence of overloading, deformation, or deterioration except for limited rot at some of the joist ends on the north exterior building face. And based on their findings, they recommended, as they can do that, joist hangers for the ends that had damage. And the next page is just a screenshot of their report, or I should say the feasibility report that included their reports there. So just back up that previous slide. So to summarize the building condition summary, RH Services are not qualified to make recommendations regarding structural engineering. They did the mold remediation, which is within their wheelhouse, and they obviously did a good job. That inspection is over 10 years old, so it's really more historical data at this point. Corex, they did the estimate based on the report that was done over 10 years ago, and the inspection was done by a company that specifically said that a structural engineer would be needed. And then, Rob Coleman, our structural engineers, and they've done the most recent inspection. And just a little note at the bottom there, joist hangers are inexpensive. And on the next slide, showing you what I mean. As of last week, $2.83 for a joist hanger and $18 for a pack of 24 screws that go into this net. Obviously there'd be a labor cost, but it would be many orders of magnitude less than the $1.7 million that was quoted by Corex. So the next subject I want to talk about is the demographics. Discussing the utilization rates. The first 6 columns there are just copied and pasted from the feasibility report that was presented. But then I also added the 7th and 8th column, which show the actual overall system capacity of all of the schools providing K-5 service. So with Bar Colony open, there's 1,917 students, and the capacity of those schools is 2,204, bringing us to a utilization rate of 87%. But if you close Bar Colony School, using the same 1,917 students that's projected for next year, the capacity is now down to 1,893 students, bringing the overall system capacity of elementary schools to 101.3%. Adding on to that, the pre-kindergarten and junior kindergarten, from what I understand, that was ignored in the utilization rates. Now obviously they're only there for a quarter of the time. They do a couple mornings or afternoons every week, so can't really count them as a full student, but an appropriate 25% would approximate what the actual utilization rate should be with them. So there are 69 junior kindergarten students and 54 pre-kindergarten students, 123. If you count them as a quarter student, that would be 31 extra students, which would raise the utilization rate of Bar Colony specifically from 78 to 88.4%. And then that would also raise the elementary school utilization rate to 103%. With Bar Colony closed. Some specific notes about pre-kindergarten on the next slide there. It was originally intended to be available at College Park, but as we all know, there's just way too many people at College Park for that to have actually happened. It is only available at Bar Colony. Every LPSD report, starting with the 2015-2016, listed a large wait list for pre-kindergarten as an area of concern. And it would be reasonable to expect that the capacity to expand pre-kindergarten would be greatly reduced or eliminated with the closure of Bar Colony, with the utilization rate already going above 100%. And then the next slide there just shows the admission criteria for pre-kindergarten, basically highlighting how these are kids that really need the most help. And so limiting them would be not good. All right. So, going to deferred maintenance there, the 5-year deferred maintenance cost from the feasibility study was $3.739 million, and the 5-year facility condition index rating was 28.1%, and then at least listed items there that would be included in that. And the next slide there, if you add all those items that are listed, it comes to $1.259 million, and the 5-year deferred maintenance cost being $3.739 million has a difference of $2.5 million. So I'm assuming that that $1.76 million from Corex is included with that deferred maintenance cost. Making that assumption, going to the next page, if you were to actually take that quote out of the deferred maintenance cost, because really the Corex estimate should not be regarded as accurate since they didn't do the engineering work, that lowers the 5-year deferred maintenance cost to just about $2 million and lowers the 5-year facility condition index rating to basically half, to 14.9%. And then next little portion there was the windows, which is a little bit pedantic maybe, but it's listed at $72,000, and the notes in the feasibility reports that they were nearing the end of their forecast life. But to be considered a functional deferred maintenance cost, it actually has to have a inspection where it says like this needs to be replaced, and then it doesn't get replaced. Then it goes into deferred maintenance. Otherwise, it would be considered a forecast item. I don't know if that was just a error in the way it was worded on the feasibility report, or if that's actually accurate. So, going to the elementary infrastructure spending, since 2018-2019 school year, there's been no major infrastructure projects at Bar Colony. It should be noted I don't have the 22-23 annual report. It wasn't released yet, so that's why I have question marks at the bottom of that slide. But as far as I know, there's been nothing at Bar Colony last school year. So, and in a similar time frame, Rendell Park got a little over $1.5 million in needed repairs, but just to highlight how they got $1.5 million, and $2 million is Bar Colony's real deferred maintenance costs at this point. And I also made the comment there that a lack of maintenance spending should not be used to develop a business case to decommission a facility. Because you haven't spent money in the past doesn't mean that you should be able to shut down the school because it takes a lot more money now into the future, right? Then some more demographic detail there. Parkview Estates has the second largest population growth in the latest municipal census. The closest schools to that are College Park and Rendell Park. Those are already over 100% utilization. And if you look at the attendance map, which is in the next slide there, it's the most centralized school and has the most flexibility to be included in attendance areas that are currently assigned to other schools. And Bar Colony is the only attendance zone that actually borders all the other attendance zones. And minor notes here that if Bar Colony was decommissioned, there would be more students eligible for busing because more would be that 0.6 kilometers or greater from their school. So as a consequence, the total distance for busing would increase. That's fuel cost and traffic congestion. And there's that attendance map. And then the last slide there is busing. If Bar Colony was decommissioned, there would be more students eligible for busing, which I had mentioned. Total distance traveled for busing would increase, and again, fuel costs and traffic congestion would increase. And right now, it's Alberta residents that go to Alberta side schools, but if Bar Colony was decommissioned, inevitably Jack Kemp would have to take some of those, right? And Winston Churchill and Queen Elizabeth, so they'd have students crossing the border, and they would go making turns or either traveling on arterial roads, so safety would be decreased to an extent. that I have for presentation. Any questions? Concerns?
Less than 2 minutes.
We still have some time left. Thank you very much for that very clear presentation.
Should have talked slower.
Are there any points of clarification that are required?
I think I have a question.
Yep.
Somewhere in there, I have the very first question here, which means it happened at the initial slides. So your question is, you're concerned about the $1.7 million that Corex has quoted,
I'm
correct?
saying that their estimate is correct, but it's based on the RH services, which they aren't qualified to make any structural recommendations, right?
Okay.
So I think they were acting in good faith with their estimate, but they just don't have the correct information that they built an estimate on. So that's why I'm saying it should be disregarded, right?
Thank you.
If there's nothing else, let's move to the next presenter, Carly.
Okay, so, hello. I just want to start off by saying thank you to everybody in the outside ring here for coming. You guys weren't acknowledged when we first got here, but you know what? I appreciate all of you coming here because this is an important issue, and this impacts all of us in every level of government in our community. So, thank you all for being here. So, I wanted to start off by looking at the Bar Colony School Review. So if you want to move past the content paper, we got 15 minutes. So we'll look here that the board motioned to do a review on August 30th. So we'll go on to the next paper. These are the meeting minutes. And new business 10.5 was moved by Kay Kennedy that the Board of Education, in accordance with the Board Policy 15, requests the Director of Education conduct a review of Bar Colony School and Avery Outreach. So here we have Policy 15 right beside it. And we can see that Policy 15, if we want to flip to the next page, the date of last revised was August 24th. So Policy 10, if you want to continue on, is making a policy. Policy 10, bullet 12, states that the director shall arrange for all board policies and administrative procedures and subsequent revisions to be posted on the division's website in a timely manner for staff and public access, and to be distributed electronically to all principals and division office staff. And section 14.1, by a majority vote of the members of the board present at the regular board meeting, provided notice of motion to amend the policy was given at the previous regular meeting of, and in highlight, board or at a special meeting occurring not less than 7 days before the meeting at which the proposed amendment or suspension is to be considered. And if you go back, the date of last revised, August 24th, and the date of the meeting was August 30th. So that's not 7 days before the meeting. There was no special meeting held because those minutes would have had to have been documented. We are a public education system here. We're not private. We don't need to be hiding anything. Administrative Procedure 120, Policy and Procedure Dissemination. The Director of Education will ensure the Board Policy Handbook and Administrative Procedures Manual will be available on the LPSD webpage so that all trustees, employees, students, parents, myself, and caregivers, and the general public have ready access to all board policies and administrative procedures. Bullet 2, when updates to the Board Policy Handbook Administrative Procedures Manual are made, the Director of Education will ensure that superintendents, managers, and principals are advised in a timely manner. These individuals are responsible to advise the appropriate education stakeholders as required. I was not made as a stakeholder, as a community member, and as a parent of any adaptations to any policies. Not only was the policy not made in the correct format in which it should have been, but it wasn't disseminated to the public. And that's an issue, and I'll tell you why that's an issue. Because when we're working with vulnerable populations, the junior kindergarten and the pre-K were mentioned in the presentation before me. Kids as young as 3 years old don't have the ability to be self-determining. They don't have the ability to stand before you tonight and present on a topic because they're babies, they're children, and they're my children, and they're these people in this room. That is their kids. So today, we need to be accountable. We have rules to follow, and when we don't follow rules, we put poor structures in place. And we've seen that again in the presentation before us. The project that was presented to us was poorly structured, and the evidence-based research was not present. And as we see again in policy 15 that was amended, even though it was non-compliant, due to the rapidly declining enrollment, the quality of education is deteriorating. These are all concerns in which it might be necessary to close the school, policy 15. Due to rapidly declining enrollment, the operating costs of the school division are excessive, or due to the deterioration of the physical plant, the safety of the children may be compromised, or 4, the cost of repairing and maintaining the plant is excessive, or 5, due to the budgetary constraints, cost-saving measures may be considered. Well, if you took the RH report that you had gotten, that you realized was like a hygiene company, not a structural engineering company, to have CoreX proceed to give you a quote, based on that, we know that we can't go off of that. It's not evidence-based research. That's not their professional practice, the RH company that completed the report in 2013. Or projected enrollments over a 5-year period are to be a factor, so that would be to limit, that would be to close the school. The physical condition of the school plant and the extent to which it complies with fire and safety regulations, capital costs required, the operational costs of the school, relocation of the students, and the human and physical cost of such relocation, the effect of closure on the neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods, transfer and effective use of staff. So that's under bullet 3, the factors that may be considered in any report on the future use of the school, but are not limited to. Again, this is not done, that's not done in a good way. That's not done to represent our children, our very vulnerable children. That's not done to represent our community. When we don't do things in a good way and we don't follow rules, it creates for a rushed process to take place that does have shortcomings, that does have gaps. And for those gaps, our children will suffer and our community will suffer. We're here, people in positions of power today, and we need to do better. And we need to leverage that power to serve our kids and our community. And policy 4, trustee code of ethics. I mean, I don't have to explain too much, but I will be motivated by an earnest desire to serve my division to the best of my abilities to meet the educational needs of students. That's your code of ethics, to be a board of trust, to be a trustee. And this is important, the learnings of our children and their future education. When we're uprooting them and we're moving them all across town to different schools, because you didn't put money into this school in the last 5 years, and now we're coming with a project outline that is poorly done, for that they shall suffer? No. I will communicate and conduct my relationship with staff, the community, other school boards, and the media in a manner that focuses on facts. The RH report wasn't facts. They were a hygiene company, they weren't an engineering company. That's not giving the public informed decision making. That's not a fact because they're not a structural engineering company. This is your code of ethics. Compromised. And the role of a board member is to be accountable to the community. Policy 2. So make data-driven decisions. Again, how can we do that if we don't have a proper outline for a project? This is unacceptable. And here we see the stats for Steel Heights provided by the City of Lloydminster. That Steel Heights has 13.9% of Lloydminster's most populated neighborhoods. And the only neighborhood before that is Parkview Estates. This is the city. They're aware. And they're here to say that this is the second most densely populated neighborhood. They gave me those stats in their reports for their social needs assessment. And I think that we can do better. We can come up with a better plan to execute the projects that need to be done. I myself am a project manager for the federal government on multi-million-dollar projects, multiple of them in fact, for a national organization. I can volunteer my time to help rectify this problem. I'm good at finding money. I'm good at executing projects. I'm here to collaborate with you, but what I'm seeing is the failure to comply to your own rules and your own administrative procedures. And that's not okay when it comes to vulnerable children and babies and marginalized populations, because we know that the demographic in the Bar Colony area is diverse. And if we put them in the Jack Kemp School, the Winston School, and the Queenie School, that population is far more diverse too. We're gonna set our city up for failure, and I'm not about to let that happen. So I'm here to help, I'm here to collaborate, but I'm not here to watch everybody fail to comply to their own policies and their own administrative procedures. Thank you.
Thank you, Carly. Trustees, are there any points of clarification that you want to ask about? Here?
Sure. I got 2 points of clarification. Somewhere in there, I think the first couple of slides, you said policy was not disseminated to public, not you. What were you saying?
Your administrative procedure, is that what you're referring to? Administrative procedure 120, policy procedure dissemination? Is that what you're
I think
referring
it
to?
was on the slide where the AP talks about policy being on the website or something on the notes. I think you made a comment. I'm just trying to clarify.
Yep, no, that's
What-
okay, I don't mind
what you're
people trying to
saying.
clarify. So administrative procedure 120 states that the principal, that the director of education, that's Jason here, will ensure that superintendents, managers, and principals are advised in a timely manner. And that's important because how otherwise do we know when things are updated on websites? So when I called around to multiple principals in the school division here and asked them, did you get any updates on any amended, suspended, or new policies? No.
That's the concern. Perfect. I got one more. Yes, I think the first presenter has the word here, so I'm just gonna repeat it. I can't ask him the question, but I understand you are asking the same thing, so correct me if I'm wrong. A lack of maintenance spending should not be used to develop a business case to decommission a facility. You're making the same statement?
Absolutely.
Correct. Okay.
And that's what happens when you fail to comply to your policies and procedures. You make rush decisions that result in poor practice, unethical decisions, and poor project management. And we see that from the first presentation. If we weren't rushing to make decisions and we had better thought out processes and we incorporated more of the public's feedback and collaborated better, we wouldn't be here tonight.
2 minutes.
Another 2 minutes if there are more questions, or if you have more information you want to share. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pam, you
understanding that my presentation has been shared electronically with you?
Everyone has it in their board packet.
Great, thank you. So this was what the first page
It's on
looks like?
page 32
Yeah.
of your board package.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Pam Mather. I'm the vice principal at Bar Colony School. I've worked for LPSD for 28 years. My children have grown up in the school division. The purpose of this presentation is to tell you about our school and our students and what makes it unique. All of our schools in LPSD do a wonderful job of serving all of our students. I've worked at more than half of them, and if I haven't worked at them, my husband has. I love this division, so please know this presentation is simply to give you a window into our village at Bar Colony, so you can get to know us a little bit better. I'd like to also share some thoughts for you to consider when you're making this very important decision. I know that information has been shared with the school board about our village and some of our statistics for our learners. Some basic things, we have 352 students. 119 of them are 3 or 4 year olds in pre-K and junior K. 233 of them are in kindergarten to grade 6. A large number of our students see our speech pathologist, and a number of students also use iPads or picture boards to help them be able to communicate. That would be their voice. Many of our students receive special ed services. We have many students with complex needs, with diagnosed medical conditions, or cognitive or developmental disabilities. Our counselor works 60% in our building, and she has a very large caseload. And in our survey data, you can see that in last year in June, our current grade 5 and 6 students self-reported moderate to high levels of anxiety. And this is data that has been shared with our SCC and parents. Our counselor works with a number of students within our school, and she also works closely with families so that she is able to connect children to outside mental health supports. Then our entire team works to support all of our students to help them feel safe and connected in our school. For many of our students at our school, the clubs and sports that we offer are the clubs and sports that they have access to. And each day we serve breakfast and snack and lunch. We serve about 40 to 50 meals a day. We spend over $500 to $600 a week on groceries. And the Salvation Army also supports some of our families with food bags. We as a staff are honored and blessed to get to serve our diverse and special population of students. One thing that we really celebrate is that we have the gift of space in our building. I know that some of you have visited our building and you have seen that we have a few empty classrooms and we have office space that we really, really maximize. One of the rooms that you can see in your photos would be the chill room. Looks a little bit like an exercise room. It has a couple of steppers, a treadmill, a swing. Now this room, the purpose of it is to give children a physical break, a sensory break, a place to calm, a place to talk through their emotions and to relieve their stress. We use it very proactively, the purpose of that building. We have 45 to 70 students that visit that room each day, and we also have occupational and physical therapies that happen in that room every day. We have another room that's a quiet learning room that one of my colleagues does special education learning through that room. It's also another place to talk about our emotions. We explicitly teach about the brain and practice strategies for calming. We have 3 swings, 2 dedicated rooms that are called our swing rooms. These are calming spaces for students. It supports them with sensory processing disorders, and it is also an essential tool for supporting our students that have autism. The room that I get to work out of, because I am a special ed teacher myself, is called the Pathways Room. It's pretty cool. There are paths on the floor. You can walk like a bear or hop like a frog, but we also use that room to do many small group learnings. It's also another opportunity for children to have a space to calm, an alternate learning space in our building. Now, within our building, we literally use every single inch of space that we have. We're fortunate to have smaller class sizes in our Division 1 classes, so you'll see a calm corner or a little castle in the corner where children can just calm in the classroom. So with smaller class sizes, we have space for that. We even are blessed with really wide hallways. And you might take that for granted, but those old schools have wide hallways. You can do some learning in the hallways as well. So we have many students that work with our speech pathologist, as I said earlier, and she runs something called Speech Buddies. Normally speech is done one-on-one, but she has small groups that she works with for speech. And when we were afforded an EA for speech this year, we were looking for a space. And we weren't willing to give up a swing room. We weren't willing to give up a chill room. So that speech therapy happens on a staff room table because we need to make sure that we maximize every inch of space that we have in our building. Because we have so many students with special needs, we need to use multiple spaces to meet their needs. We also have bathrooms that are appropriate for children who require toileting services, and then also for our pre-Ks. I wish you could come see the teeny little tiny toilet that's in the pre-K room, and then the appropriate sized shelving for washing their hands and the sinks. The places that we use, our spaces, are for regulating children's brains. It's to help keep them safe and keep others safe if behaviors escalate. It's to give them dignity and to give them privacy if they're unable to stay safe and calm. It allows us to work proactively with students to try and avoid any escalation of behaviors. Every student, not just special needs students, but all students deserve the right to learn in a space that is safe and is comfortable and is conducive to learning. We can do that in our building because we have lots of space. In the feasibility report on page 20, that's where we see the chart that if our school closed, we would see the building capacity rates. 5 out of 8 schools in our division would be at 96 to 125% utilization rate if Bar Colony School closes. Other schools also value space. I know other schools talk about a chill room, a transition room, a swing room, sensory room. I know a school calls it their break room. These are important rooms to our staff and to our students. They allow us to support children with mental health needs. They allow us to support children with special learning needs. When schools get filled up and classes get put on a stage or they get put in a library, please consider the importance that space plays in student learning. In the feasibility report, it is shared that we are growing. We have been growing by an average of 20 children per year over the last 3 years in our building. We're a growing community and a growing population, so you could probably add 20 to next year's predictions. I know that the trustees have seen data about pre-K and our junior K and our youngest learners, and what that data shows is that in 2020, when pre-K moved to Bar Colony School, we had a number of students with special needs. Over the course of those 4 years, we have nearly doubled the number of students with special needs in our early years program. So why is that significant? That's significant because we are going to continue to see more students with more complex needs in this division. Junior K and pre-K are a window into our littlest students that are coming up in our division. We have a small school advantage. We call ourselves a village. That is how we speak about ourselves. We actually have adult villages that support small groups of children. Our most at-risk and vulnerable students, we wrap around them and we make sure that we're committing to building strong relationships and connections with those children regularly. At our school, all of our students are all of our students. A small school allows us to know every parent that is here. We have new student teas to make our new students feel welcome. We serve tea and we serve cookies to create a sense of belonging right from early on in their time in our building. We built trust with our students because we spend a lot of time talking about emotions and helping them regulate and helping them be well. And one thing that we do is we create an atmosphere where we say, it's okay to not be okay right now. We're gonna help you through it. We are a school with about 20% of our students that receive special ed supports, speech supports, or counseling supports. And we are a village that embraces that diversity and celebrates the strong relationships that we form because of the diversity of our students. I'd like to speak with you about pre-K and junior K, our 3 and 4 year olds. I shared with you the LPSD criteria for pre-K and the vulnerability factor when we were considering adding them to our pre-K program. Junior K is for 4 year olds. Those families pay a tuition. Both programs are child-centered and language rich. Our early years staff and students are in the section of the school known as the portables. So when you're looking at the map, that's the old portables. Pre-K has, like I said, the small little bathrooms and the sinks that are appropriate, but also attached to our building is a wonderful playground. And Leanne Hahn, a past teacher in pre-K, helped to design beautiful supplies for the children, a sound sensory wall, a nice sand area with tires to explore in, and then of course age and developmentally appropriate playground equipment for them. And all of that is fenced in because when you have that many 3 and 4 year olds running around, you need to make sure that they stay safe. So we have that. Another thing, because we are a school that has room, we have room for gym time for our pre-K students. Gross motor development and socialization are key components to a pre-K program. So we can schedule gym time for those little ones. If they're put into schools that are at 95 to 116% capacity, there won't be gym time for them. They deserve it too. Pre-K serves the most vulnerable little ones in our school division, and we are proud to have them in our village. I could speak to you about, macaroni. I knew this would happen. Nope. You'll have to read about the community. Some questions to consider. There are 2 Catholic schools close by us. Have you thought about parents moving on to them? Consider the cost for those pre-K bathrooms and sinks and change tables and that beautiful playground. Please check for accuracy. Page 21 of the annual cost savings. I teach 70% of the time. That has impact on those figures. It's assumed that I'm not a teacher, so that could be about a $70,000 difference in that. We currently have 146 students that might need to ride a bus next year, so that might impact something too.
Pam,
Please.
Matt's just mentioned you have a couple minutes now.
Thank you. Please, in closing, consider slowing down this process. The building has some unique features. It has some more life in it. Please put in some of the basic maintenance that's been spoken about here. LPSD needs room for growth, and that's what Bar Colony offers. Please don't crowd our schools. And please, at the very least, give us a little bit more time. I know that it makes sense to do a big shuffle with the grade configuration change all at once. However, it's going to mean, just with the grade configuration, 1,200 students being transferred to new schools next year. You're adding 300. Give us the advantage of the space that we have. Allow for growth in our school division. And please give us the gift of time so that we can transition our students properly. And perhaps keep us open for a few more years until there's hope for a new school that's on the horizon, so that our division has room to add more kids, so that we have room to grow as a division, and we're not in crowded classrooms with students with really complex needs. Thank you.
Time's up. Thank you, Pam.
Thank you for giving me the time to speak.
Now, in case you used up the time, and I think you've used your time well.
I did. That'd be the teacher in me.
No,
Thank you.
she's used up that time. Thank you for that again. Leanne, so you're going to speak for Ms. Rust as well?
Oops. Hi, everyone. So again, I would just like to say thank you as well for allowing me this opportunity to speak to you guys this evening. Truly appreciate it. You'll have to excuse me. We're pretty sick at my house and we're just getting over some colds and stuff. So, I feel like a lot of the stuff that I have included in my package here has already been said. So I'm going to try to skip some of the things because it's going to sound like a broken record and it's going to get repetitive. So I'm going to try to touch on some of the things that have not been mentioned that I've included in my little report here. So just going to the feasibility report, a lot of which Kyle spoke on. One of the things that was one of our concerns was obviously a lot of the reports and information was provided to us in 2013. So with that being said, the quote from Corax that was given this November was based on the 10-year-old information. And that was provided by RH Services, and that was prior to the mold remediation that had already been done. So in that quote, work had been done, and then we're being quoted on items that have been taken care of. There was a inspection done in October by Rob Coleman Engineering, who's structural engineer, and they did have the opportunity to do a physical inspection where they did go down into the crawl space and had a look. You can see on page, 13 or 14 of your feasibility report that was provided to us, the assessment and some of the recommendations that were made, the joist hangers, and the fastening with Tapcon fasteners. I did have an opportunity to have a construction company come in and have a look, but I was advised against that. So I provided the information to Bexon Construction that was given to us by Rob Coleman Engineering, and they looked at the report that was provided by them and the recommendations that they suggested that needed to be fixed. And they had told me that in looking at this, they said that it would be approximately $10,000 to fix. That's including the materials and estimated labor costs to do. So that's a far cry from the 1.6 million. Also, that 1.6 million quote includes work that has been done, including the mold remediation, which was done in 2013 at the cost of $69,000. I'm just going to skip this because this was talked about as well. So, the deferred maintenance. Sorry. So again, some of the maintenance costs that were provided to us were based on information that was provided in 2013. Again, 10 years ago. So also prior to some of the maintenance projects that have been completed since then. The values that were provided by Alberta Infrastructure were based on a facility evaluation that was done in 2011. So that included a lot of projects that still needed to be done and have since been done. There has not been a recent one done. We would have to contact them and they would have to contact a structural engineer. And these building facility evaluations are they go through absolutely everything, right down to the plugins, to the carpet, to the what have you. And then they can provide kind of an estimated cost, but then you still have to go to the professionals for that. Included in some of the maintenance costs that you guys included the roof. An estimated cost was $342,000. However, the 1977 and the 1984 roof portions were actually repaired in the 2017-18 year. I also had an opportunity to have Rhino Roofing come up and actually do a full-scale assessment of the roof. And they did a quote on the portions needing to be done and needing to be fixed. And if you look, I provided you with a quote with materials and labor costs. and that came to $173,000 and $173,166. So that's about half of the estimated $342,000 that's provided in the feasibility report that was provided to us by LPSD. Moving forward, so decommissioning the school and moving the students. Again, the cost of busing students, that's been discussed already. So also with the proposed new zoning and more students going to Queen E, by looking at the zoning map, that would require their student attendance to go up quite a bit, where then they would probably require a vice principal. So was that something that was discussed as well? Because we'd have to budget for that there. Also, we're already doing a huge grade reconfiguration and a transition with a lot of the students that are going to be going from the middle school to LCHS. So considering that, right now, some of the students that recently transitioned to grade 7 at Bishop Lloyd, some of them may have to transition to ES Laird for grade 8. They just got to this school, and now with the new zoning, they'll have to be transitioned again to ES Laird, and then the following year, they're gonna be transitioned again to LCHS. That seems excessive. That is 3 years in 3 different schools. This doesn't give the students a chance to get familiar with the school, the staff, the other students. I feel like that would be a lot of additional stress, and it would definitely impact the mental health of these students as well. Many of the students at this school take part in after-school sports. The only reason a lot of these students are able to participate in these activities is because they live within walking distance from our school. Most of these students have parents that work or they do not drive. If they were bused to another school, these children would not be able to participate in these activities. I know there was some discussion about moving the students from Avery Outreach to Bar Colony. That obviously is going to be a cost. And were they provided with a feasibility report, and are they aware that it's a possibility that they will be uprooted and will have to move as well? Students with special needs. This really hits home with me. I have a son that has extremely complex needs. He has Pitt-Hopkins syndrome, which is a very rare genetic disease. There's only about 800 individuals in the entire world that are diagnosed with Pitt-Hopkins syndrome. My son is cognitively delayed. He is physically delayed with both gross motor skills, fine motor skills. He is nonverbal, he does not speak, and he is incontinent. So that means he does not use the bathroom. He is 11 years old, and he is the most beautiful boy ever. We all know, as Pam had mentioned, that the caseload with these individuals that have high needs and special needs is extremely high at Bar Colony. And these students require space to be able to calm down during times of extreme dysregulation. These locations should give them privacy and should keep their dignity intact, and Bar Colony is able to provide these spaces and resources for these students. As far as I'm aware, and speaking with other teachers and EAs at the other schools, they only wish that they had the resources and the facilities that we have currently at Bar Colony. Some of the behaviors can include screaming, kicking, biting, throwing things, self-harm. Sometimes they require 20 minutes over an hour to be able to regulate and calm down. This is also a safety concern for the other students in the classrooms when you're talking about throwing items and furniture. What is the option if there's no room for them to regulate in these schools that are going to be going upwards to a 96 to 105, 120% capacity? Seems ridiculous. Again, students that are incontinent will require special bathroom facilities. Because I'll tell you what, I do not want my son laying on a public bathroom floor being changed. They need to be suitable and they need to be private in order for them to maintain their dignity. And again, Bar Colony provides these resources. For some of these students, a transition plan has already been implemented in their EIPs, and if you don't know what that is, that's an early intervention program. These students require that. They cannot just get up and go. My son has already started the transition plan to go to Bishop Lloyd. However, now we may be zoned for ES Laird. This takes time for him to become familiar with the students, the teachers, the building. You know, this has to be done well in advance so that they're able to have time to adjust to the new changes. And again, some of these students require a whole year, not months. Again, with the transition and moving the students, lots of these individuals require a full-time EA. So that would mean if 10 of these students transferred to one of the schools, they would require a full-time EA to go with them. So therefore that doubles. That's an additional 20 bodies in that building. So I'm hoping that you would take that into consideration as well. If it wasn't for Bar Colony School, I can tell you the advancements that my son has made, I don't know if he would have. Having the OTs there, the counselors there, the STs there, the SLPs, it's an amazing experience. And I feel that doing this right now, you guys are rushing, and a decision made out of haste can just, I mean, this is just, I don't think it's good. That's basically it. Again, a lot of my stuff would be repetitive because a lot of things were addressed by the other speakers tonight. So that is all I have. Does anybody have any questions?
It's always me.
Yes.
So I had this question for other lady, but we ran out of time, but I think your concern is very similar. So I'm just gonna read a statement and let me know if I got your question right. Are you worried about the equipment, space, resources, EA, all of these associated with moving the student out of Bar Colony?
Absolutely.
Is that the main issue?
Yes. I've also been asked, we did have another parent that wanted to be here this evening, but she's under the weather and she's sick, and she would like me to read a letter that she wrote, so.
And they have it too, so they can follow along.
Pardon me?
It's in the package too, so they'll be able to follow along.
Okay.
It's on page 58.
So, ooh, this is pretty small. I'm getting to be that age. So this is Yolandi Rust, and I'm just going to let you know that her family moved here from South Africa. We moved to Canada in December of 2019, and the kids started at Bar Colony in 2020. We were welcomed with open arms and great attitudes. The kids felt comfortable. Our son was in kindergarten and had his first exposure to English in a school setting. It was the teachers and the staff at Bar Colony's perseverance and dedication that helped our son reach grade level reading. Every single person at Bar Colony has always made us feel so welcome. When COVID hit, we made the decision to take our kids out of school to get them out of the chaos. But as soon as it was over, Bar Colony welcomed us back with open arms. A while later, we thought that we wanted to put our kids in a Christian school where they would get taught some of the same values and morals that back home. But to our disappointment, that school could not live up to what we had at Bar Colony. When I walked into the school the other day to find out that they would take him back, they just knew immediately, took away any fear or anxiety I might have had to ask. Bar Colony and the staff are special people, and the kids need these people. They need this school. My son needs them, and the community kids need them. I have also worked at Bar Colony as an EA, and Bar Colony has staff that are so dedicated, and they share so much love with every single child. Bar Colony is a safe place and a happy place for so many kids that do not get to experience that at home. Bar Colony cannot be categorized as a normal public school, but a very special place where kids can find so much more than just an education. This is home, where they are loved and cared for. Please, I hope you can find a way to repair the school and not close it. Thank you for your time, Yolandi Rust. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leanne, and what a nice commendation from that family for one of our schools. Very, very nice. All right, we will move forward with our agenda. Number 8, the director's report. 8.1, project update. I guess Matt, you're going to speak to that?
Yeah, sure. So the LCHS project is moving along. We're in the final stages. A lot of finishing work is happening. I think they were hoping this week or next week to have some of those final inspections done, and the goal to have substantial completion maybe before the Christmas break. Not quite sure we're going to get there, but we're getting close, and perhaps early in January. That'll be something we can get to. So we're nearing about 96% complete on construction. About $1 million remaining in the project. Construction budget to pay out. Furniture and equipment is moving along. We've ordered classroom furniture, fitness center equipment. Our tech team is working hard on sourcing all the equipment we need. LED scoreboards, scoreboard screens are ordered. You can see in the pictures that I shared, the bleachers have been installed. So yeah, we'll go to the pictures. The exterior, the name is up, and the exterior graphics are up. The gym is coming together. The windows are up on the second floor for the most part. There's one that got bumped and needs to be replaced, but it's on its way. Even interior room ID tags and that are being put up and around. So provided a couple of pictures of the gym. One of the pictures that says Synergy Place bleachers installed. Those are bleachers closed. So a really nice feature that you got the Bearhead logo displayed on the cover of bleachers. When they're closed as well, the gathering space, really nice wood look feature on the above the canteen. So yeah, so it's moving along. I think our commissioning agent is out this week looking at the mechanical systems and boiler systems, and our architecture team is supposed to be out this week to do a beginning of a deficiency review. So we'll see how it goes, but it's on track right now. Well, it's moving along right now. I wouldn't say on track. It's moving along. We're getting close. We're getting real close.
Gorgeous space.
I love walking through it every couple of weeks. It rejuvenates me as to, it's been a long project, but the payoff is just still there. It's a beautiful space.
Yeah. It'll certainly enhance opportunities for our students.
So Matt, they don't really have a date where they're actually gonna be completed at this point, is what you're saying? Like they haven't given a new one since
No.
the last one of end of November?
No, and I wasn't able to attend the last site meeting last week. They were hoping for some work to happen, some reviews to happen this week even. It just doesn't seem like they're there. They're still pulling electrical cables and just a lot of finishing work. So we've kind of pushed them that we need them to be done by middle of January because we want classes in February. So
Yeah, is that realistic, do you think?
I think so. Yeah, they're working hard on it. I think a lot of it is closeout reports now, and once that stuff gets taken away, then the engineers review all the closeout reports and are able to sign off. So I don't think that will happen before Christmas, but they expect that in early January to be able to get there, as long as they receive all the reports for all the sub-trades.
So is there a plan if it's not ready for second semester? Okay.
Can you just remind us, what is the first day of semester 2?
February 1st.
Oh, it is the very, right at the beginning, okay.
original date, of course, was to try and have it open for September. That would have been a nightmare because these things always happen. Let's do that with College Park. So, you know, these delays we can live with, and the kind of backup plan that Dwayne has is not as severe as what we had to deal with when College Park was late. So, any other questions from trustees? All right. A motion to receive the director's report?
No, there's more.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
No problem.
Didn't want to steamroll over you, sorry.
No problem.
I'm just anxious to know.
Just an update to our international student program. I looked at the agenda from last year in our December meeting, and that's when we talked about diving into one and talking with Yes Canada about setting one up. So I just thought I'd give a report on that. So we've had 4 international students. We have 4 international students currently attending LCHS. I shared a video with all of you this evening that was shared with me from the, what is it? Prime time, but what's the education piece that they do every once in a while?
Beyond the classroom.
Beyond the classroom, yeah. So it's kind of neat. They're excited. They're really enjoying their time here. So they're here until the end of January.
Disappointed there's no snow.
Yeah. And then I haven't started discussions yet about any students interested in coming in the second semester. So hopefully we have some more coming in.
Certainly that's enriched our students' experience by being able to rub shoulders with.
That and one student from France, I know went to an elementary school to their French class and done a presentation about Paris and those type of things. So, yeah.
Very good.
Good.
Now we can go to that one. Melanie, all in favor? Carried. Unfinished business, are you aware of any unfinished business that needs to be addressed? All right. Hearing none, we'll move on to new business. 10.1, the Student Services Report, which we reviewed in our Committee of the Whole. Maybe you want to speak to that, Stacey?
Well, I shared with you the Student Services Report of the Committee of the Whole. So at that time, I don't know if there's any questions for today.
Very comprehensive report.
I just, I want to compliment you on the report and just wonder if there's anything substantial that's changed since then, significant.
Nothing major, no.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So my recommendation is just the acknowledgement of the receipt of the report.
I'll do that.
All right. And just before we go on that, compliments to you. It's a very comprehensive report, and we appreciate the view that gives us into the perhaps the most challenging areas of our schools. Yeah, so thank you. Right. Kathy has moved the receipt of that report. All in favor? Carried. 10.2, Matt, back to you with the budget assumptions and timelines.
Right, yeah, it's obviously time to start thinking about next year's budget as we start building plans for that. So we met a couple weeks ago at a committee meeting and reviewed the priorities and assumptions. So you have them there for you. Just high level on assumptions, just a reminder, enrollments, we're projecting 4,361 students, which is only an increase of 8 over this year. A significant reduction from what we budgeted for this year, so that'll have a big impact. Revenues at this point in time, we're anticipating grant rates would increase by 2% over the current year for both provinces. Just reminder about the Alberta grant. There is because of the way they do their funding and on a 3-year weighted moving average, and it's frozen in year and adjusted in the following year. Because we didn't hit our targets, we expect a pretty significant clawback through budget next year to pay back the overage from this year. And right now we're kind of building building a model based on status quo, you know, same number of teaching contracts, same number of support staff contracts, and then some assumptions for step and grid movements that we shared with you a couple weeks ago.
Anything further from the finance?
No, I had a question, but can I ask a question right now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so on the second page of budget scenario, there are grants going up by 2%, seamless levies going down, expenses goes up by more than 2%. Are we seeing the same trend this year and the next year?
It's tough to say. You know, we're going into an election year this year in Saskatchewan, so we're uncertain what that is. I think from the staffing side of it, you're going to continue to see increases. We know our teachers are in negotiations right now, so I would anticipate those costs will continue to go up over the coming years. I think 2% is a reasonable estimate for grant rate increases year over year. One of the previous deputy ministers said, you know, you look back over time, funding's always been somewhere between 98 and 102% of
Actual cost.
the previous year's revenue. So, you know, maintaining a 2% increase in grant rates for a number of years with costs increasing by more than 2%, I would say that seems to be the trend that will be on for a couple of years for sure.
Can I go ahead? Sorry. So follow-up question. I see on the next page, there's a budget shortfall. This isn't the first year we see these kind of shortfall. I'm also seeing continuously grant being lower than the actual increase. Other than our part, is there any other grants that is available for this shortfall that we can expect?
Sorry, I'm not.
So is there any additional grant that we could apply for the shortfalls? That's the more.
Not for operational. I mean, most grants that we apply for these days are targeted to very specific spending, and they've got programs that have spending attached to them. I mean, obviously there's minor capital grants and major capital grants, but again, those have specific spending targets tied to them. We are, for more or less, we're tied to, you know, between the seamless levy that we receive and the grants from Alberta and Saskatchewan. That's the lion's share of our revenue sources.
And Nigel from the Catholic Division and I frequently make trips to Regina or Zoom calls to Regina to try and advocate for more funding for Lloydminster and try and explain the challenges between being with two different provinces, those type of things. So there is always chances there in just sharing our story and hoping that someone will listen and see the different challenges we have that maybe the other 25 school divisions in Saskatchewan don't have. And particularly this year around negotiations, whenever it doesn't line up with Alberta, that's always an issue for us.
Matt or Jason, can you just kind of remind us where we're at in terms of the expected reduction to the transition funding that we had?
Yeah, so the year we're in right now, 23-24 was the last year of the transition funding, so that was $500,000 additional funding, and so that'll be that's intended to be eliminated going into next year. So we'll be back on just our base operating funding at that point in time.
So just a moment, Jason, your trips to Regina, that's one of the things you're arguing about.
That's one for sure. And we haven't heard yet. We won't hear until the budget announcement if they're going to extend that. It seemed like it was a good conversation we had. So, but until it gets through the Treasury Board and that type of thing, you just never know what will come of it. So.
Melanie, you had a question?
I do. I just wanted to follow up on Trustee Patel's question.
I'm noticing here in Appendix A,
Taylor?
Taylor, why did I say Patel? Oh my goodness. This is me in this moment. I just want to double check. So the transition funding, if I recollect and if I understand this correctly, was because we were originally told by the provincial government we were just going to have this decrease in our funding, which you then went to bat for, which I commend you on, and you were able to negotiate a transition period, right? Now, when you said this transition funding decreases another $500,000 and you have a total revenue decrease of $1.3 million with the additional expenses based on the additional staffing costs, etc., we're looking at a $2.34 million deficit.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I'm reading this correctly. Okay.
Kathy?
Yep, I just wanted to follow up on hers, because I was gonna ask that same question, but I wanted to follow up. So we're at 2.3 million shortfall right now, not knowing the budget, not knowing the assumption, right? So what do you predict for the next 2 to 5 years? Do you think we're gonna get better than that? Or?
Yeah, that's
the hope.
Tough question.
tough question to put a crystal ball in front of me.
Yeah.
It's, on the revenue side, I think making assumptions of 2% per year growth is probably the best we can do at this point in time. Is there a year maybe when it's a little bit better? For sure, there's always that opportunity. We're seeing Alberta is having their economy is doing a little better. Saskatchewan, they just recently announced their $1 billion surplus is now a $250 million deficit, so $1.3 billion swing in their provincial finances. So that there's questions as to whether they're going to be open to spending a lot more money above 2%. Obviously, our costs are highly staff driven. Right? 85% of our costs are tied into staff. We know the teacher agreement is out there. The risk to us always is we have to pay 100% of the teacher agreement, and Saskatchewan only funds 40% of it. If Alberta doesn't keep pace with Saskatchewan, the board's got to make up the difference. So those are things we need to keep in mind.
We spent a lot of time arguing with the ministry about the disparity between the kind of money we get per student and Regina and Saskatoon, whether it's public or Catholic. Even though Saskatchewan says we don't fund per student, they use formulas that are in their view more fair, also a bit more complicated. But maybe Matt, just kind of remind us again where you see the discrepancy between, say, Regina Public and us.
Yeah, I off the top of my head, I can't speak to Regina specifically, but to get to our, the difference between what our funding is on a per student basis and a K-12 funding system, and where we're at with the next lowest urban is about a $1,200 per student differential. So
ridiculous.
That's a pretty.
So the gap is widening rather than narrowing.
Yeah, we've seen some decline in that area in the last couple of years. So.
Is that also because they're getting more immigration students?
Nope, it's when we're looking at it on just a per student basis, it's not total dollars. I mean, you can't compare dollar to dollar. It's just when we divide when we take our total operational funding divided by students and their total operational funding divided by students, that's where we land on, or their FTE, sorry.
Okay.
Varen had a question next to you.
Right, so what I'm hearing is the concern that we brought forward in previous SSVA conferences. I think this is to Jason. Previous SSVA conferences showing the province and the minister the discrepancies in funding, trying to make our case that we should be funded more, we should have access to more funding, and that gap is still widening rather than narrowing. So where have we gotten so far in terms of advocacy? Like, I know we've been meeting with ministers, deputy ministers. Have we gotten any word saying they are looking into it? I know we talked with Donna previously, and we made her understand, and she was going to advocate on our behalf. Is there any progress on that?
Well, I do know that Clint, the current deputy minister, put in a request to the Treasury Board for us to extend that transition funding. Where that ends up, I'm not sure. That'll be Treasury Board piece. They decide that in the end. And then they have talked about the processes of us, both us, myself, and Nigel presenting to OGAC, which is the funding committee that looks at any pieces that divisions might think aren't properly looked at through the funding formula. So we are going to do a presentation there in the new year. So it still moves, not at a huge fast pace, but it still does move.
I have a question. I'll let other people ask.
Melanie?
My question or statement was along that same line. You've certainly brought us up to date through every month of meetings with how many meetings you have and how you've garnered stakeholder support locally to narrow that gap of disparity between the other urban centers and us. That's commendable. My question was, in fact, where are we? Because it's just as snail's pace.
Yep.
And it seems like we're asked to do hoop after hoop after hoop after hoop. And it takes so much of your time, your team's time. Thank you for that. But yeah, I was wondering what that timeline looked like. So thanks for clarifying.
And so, just to clarify, you probably won't find out until the budget comes out?
About if this transition funding gets
Yeah.
extended, yeah.
That's just
That's when it'll
transition,
come.
nothing to do with, sorry.
We're trying to get a permanent fix. This is kind of another 1 year Band-Aid kind of
Yeah.
fix that they've put forward, so we'll see. It might buy us another year to advocate
Yeah.
more. So.
Here?
Maybe you answered it, but I'm gonna ask anyways, and you correct me if I'm wrong. So what I heard is Kathy asked the question, if we keep status quo, we are looking at deficits. We are advocating to the province, asking for extra funding. There is a possibility that they would give us transition funding. The issue with transition funding is it expires.
Yep.
And it's not constant. So where can we expect a long-term solution to reliable revenue and equality in terms of funding that we get?
The OGAC is the next step.
So we're looking at a few years out?
No, that'll be a presentation in the new year. I'm not sure when they meet right away in the new year, but that'll be a presentation that Nigel and I would, and probably Matt and their CFO would make at that point, and then that'll either decide either they hear us and they agree and something happens. If they say they don't agree, then we go to plan B and plan C and just keep knocking on doors.
So basically, we don't have any concrete answer right now. It's a Band-Aid solution of funding every year, transition funding until
They stop giving us transition funding, or until they agree to look at it and fix what we see as an error.
Okay.
We have made the strong argument that the formula does not work for Lloydminster. And we've really camped on that idea that how can two urbans, we're small urban, large urban, our costs are similar per student. How do you justify that large gap? The previous deputy minister didn't even want to talk about it.
Yes, I call that.
Until she was on her way out, and then she kind of said, well, maybe. So, we keep camping on this trail and pressing them, but it does get a bit discouraging.
As a board and as a public division, all we can do is push for it, right? And
Keep trying. Keep advocating.
Any other questions from the trustees for Matt on the budget? Great. Then I would entertain a motion to acknowledge receipt of that report. Caroline, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Fiscal accountability report, looks like you're up still on that.
Gonna keep going, yeah. So first quarter just ended on November 30th. So I sent out an email separate from the package just because I didn't have updated information at the time that I wrote the memo. So give me 2 seconds to pull it up here. So yeah, at the end of the first quarter, we're looking at 13.5 million of cash revenue and 11.29 million of cash expenses. So $2.29 million surplus at this point in time. That's really due to a bunch of grants being front loaded, and so that money will get spent down over time. That's not like something we can
Keep it.
just pocket it and keep on the rest of the year. A big chunk of that as well is just a timing issue with when Alberta requests back their portion of the property taxes that are received and gets repaid. So you can see, I think the big thing to note just in the first quarter review, and I reference it later on, is that we haven't received or at the time of writing, we hadn't received our funding revision, our current funding update for the current enrollments that we saw, and we know we're 60-some students below our projections, so there is going to be an adjustment there. The report did come in earlier this week, but I haven't really had a ton of time to sit down and break through yet, but we'll be spending some time doing that to make sure I'm well aware of where we're going as we go into the new year. Key changes during the year of that, people remember the $40 million addition that was put into budget in June across the province of Saskatchewan. Well, a portion of that $20 million was tied to estimated enrollment growth above what we had already projected. So the ministry had assumed we were going to have an extra $311,000 for additional growth. We didn't hit that, so we're not. That'll be we'll have that come out of our budget. Our transportation grant from Alberta, we just finalized that application process. While it's significantly more than what we've received in the past, it is about $150,000 less than what we were told on budget day we could anticipate receiving. So that's something we'll have to address. Then there's been some other funding, Ellis program, learning loss, and low incidence student supports from Alberta. Ellis from Saskatchewan. Those have been new fundings that have come in this year. Push that to those have spending targets tied to it, and due to the additional LCHS space opening up later this year, there is recognition from Alberta, and there will be recognition from Saskatchewan in their update around just additional funding for that space to support the cost of utilities, cost of caretaking, all those things that we have. On the expense side, that $311 that we received, we did just put that as a staffing contingency, so we obviously didn't use that, so that'll be coming out. We staffed to what we knew and what we saw coming for enrollments, so we didn't staff to the projected, so what we budgeted to the projected enrollments, so there's a savings there to offset reduced revenues. Again, I talked about the additional spending tied to those additional grants. We're also seeing our sub costs higher again this year, consistent with what we saw last year. So at the time of budget, we didn't know whether it was a trend in a direction or just a blip. So we didn't have projections for that. So through the first quarter projections, I've accounted for additional sub time to cover off the sick leaves and the family medical leaves and that we have. So hopefully that's enough to cover off those additional expenses. And we have to set aside some money. I talked about earlier the teacher CBA settlement. We have to set aside some money for any settlement that would come through in this year that would be unfunded or by Alberta. So we have to set aside some dollars for that. So through the first quarter, you know, we're kind of sitting in that $250,000 forecasted position, forecast surplus for the year, without knowing what the impact on Alberta or from Saskatchewan funding is. So that is a significant factor that can play with that number. So I'd say we're in good shape. We're trending towards being on budget, being on target, but I don't anticipate us having a significant positive or negative position at the end of the year. We should be able to live within our budget.
I was hoping you'd eventually get some good news and so.
Yeah. Yeah, me too.
Some real challenges there for us to wrestle with, but when I hear you say we're trending to be on budget, that's
That's
that sounds all right.
good news.
Finance committee, any further comments?
Not really. I think Matt has covered the substance of it.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add, just
No.
saying like, it was my first full cycle on finance committee, so it's been interesting to learn about the process in a deeper level.
And maybe that's a hint for your fellow trustees to take a turn on all these committees, learn the whole thing. All right, a motion to receive the report. Gina, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Talk to us about the tender for ES Laird.
Yeah, so you remember we put this out last spring for a tender, and the prices came in really high, so we canceled the tender and thought to bring it back. So we're bringing it back here this year earlier than normal, hoping to take advantage of and get some preferential pricing on the project. So just as a quick refresher, it's to renovate the center core washrooms and make them more single-use washrooms, like we have coming into the comp, where you know the bathrooms are in stalls and then the sinks are out in the hallway. So as opposed to closed-off washrooms that have historically been there. So we'll require a bit of a wall move, but not too much. And then we're also going to go for breakout pricing, for separate pricing for the west washrooms, and look to upgrade those. ES Laird has some leaky washrooms, so this would be funded through our PMR PMR funding that we receive from the governments for renovations of that kind. So we're looking for permission to go out and issue a tender to see what the prices are this year.
Questions?
So the breakout price is 420 plus GST or 640 plus GST?
So it'd be 420 for the center core and 640 if we did the whole.
So you're doing two tender or one?
We'll do one tender and ask for
Two projects.
pricing for A and pricing for A and B.
Because there's been quite a talk tonight about estimates and so on, can you just remind us the discrepancy that happened last year when we tendered for this?
So you'll remember we tendered it out in, I want to say April. We only received one bid. It was about twice the estimated cost. So at that time we decided not to go forward with it. In follow-up conversations with that bidder, I don't think they really wanted the project, but they're, hey, if you're going to pay us twice what it costs to do it, we'll find people to make the work. But they were pretty full and didn't have the capacity to do it. We put these out, and we always got a couple bids from our local contractors, and it was odd that we didn't get a bid from. We only got a bid from one of them. So I just think the market was saturated with work last year, and by going out in April and trying to get a project done over the summer, it was too late in the cycle. So that's what we're hoping by getting out here early in the new year, we're able to get in the front end and get on the books and on the schedule early on, so we're not they're not trying to squeeze us in and try to squeeze somebody else in.
Are you hearing anything about the markets? Can we be optimistic this time because we're early?
I mean, I can't say for sure anything there. I mean, our consultants are optimistic that the pricing we got last time was unrealistic and it was just a throw-in pricing to see if there's any bites. So they're pretty confident that their estimates are still in the ballpark.
Any other questions? Yes.
Yes, so all this tender still goes through procurement websites and all the.
Yeah, it'll be posted on
regulations,
SAS
yeah.
tenders or APC and then through there to Merck's. So anybody will be able to see and bid on it. Our consulting team at Work Miracle lead that process for us.
Do you use a similar process in your work?
Over the purchasing net.
Right, are we ready to make a motion? You're gonna make the motion, Vera? All in favor? Great, thank you. Talk to us about the printers.
Yeah, so printers are, so it's been about 5 years since we last went out to tender on, or to issue an RFP for our multifunction printers around the division. At the time we did a 4-year agreement and then we just extended it for a year because the devices have been really good. There was a couple devices that we swapped out and the manufacturer was good with that as on a 1-year deal, with the goal of again redoing it. So these devices will be replaced over the course of the summer, but again, we're just trying to get ahead of it and get, you know, the manufacturing delays, but we see that with the comp project and everything else. Manufacturing of this equipment sometimes takes time to get delivered, so if we can get these pieces out, or these RFPs out early and get them ordered, then they'll just come in August and replace them. So this is all budgeted for through our existing, we anticipate the cost to be relatively the same as what we're budgeting for now, and it's budgeted within our operational budgets to cover the cost of these over, you know, whether we do it over a 4 or 5 year time horizon.
So you'd like to issue a request for proposal?
Yes, we'll issue that in the new year.
Melanie's made that move. The motion is on the table. Any further questions around this?
So
We
the
can count on you.
reason is here is because probably the cost of the proposal, right?
Yeah.
If it's a small amount, it wouldn't be here.
No, I mean, our most recent contract, the lease cost was $70,000 a year for all devices around the system. So over a 4 or 5 year time horizon, it becomes
Then
$2
quarter
million.
of $1 million. Yeah.
Gets over any either the new West Partnership trade agreement threshold.
Yeah, it's 75.
Yeah, 75,000. So yeah, this is
That's right here.
yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, we have a motion on the table. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. We're moving right along. Chromebook request for proposal.
Sure, so if you recall, we asked for an RFP at the last meeting, and the reason being is our grade K to 6 student laptops and carts that are across our division are end of life. So these machines were put into service in the 18-19 school year, and so we asked to go for an RFP to refresh laptops and carts. So we were fortunate enough to receive 8 responses to our RFP. And then Randy Finley, who's manager of technology, uses a weighting scale and a point system to assess the 8 proposals. And so when we go through all of the criteria, there was one clear winner. And so that's the recommendation that we are going with, that the proposal from PC Core for the purchase of Chromebooks and carts. So the estimated cost of the project will be approximately $325,000. This is coming out of our IT Evergreen Fund, which is tagged specifically for technology. So it has been contributed to over the last few years so that we could refresh our technology to make sure that it doesn't go down and our students are without Chromebooks. So.
The board appreciates the way you and Matt manage that so that it's not a big hit in one year. Any questions to Trish on that?
No, I think it's to you afterwards.
Okay.
Oh, can I just ask one,
Sure.
will they be coming for next fall?
Oh, we'll have them before then, yes.
Okay.
So, a motion for that one, Caroline? Question before we vote, yes?
Yes, just a disclosure, I know the CEO of the PC Corp, I have been dealing with them on a business side, so I'll be abstaining from voting.
All right, thank you. Other than that then, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Jason, you'll talk to us about the European trip, that's an
Yep.
exciting opportunity.
Sure. Yes, it came in just under the wire here, so there's, the request, for the LCHS travel group to go to Greece over the Easter break in April of 2025. So you see they put together a package, outlining the supervision, the trip details, all those pieces. And very similar to the package that you would have saw for the trip this Easter break to Italy. So if there's any questions, I can answer them. I can try.
It's not Nevada that's taking them this year?
No,
No. I just was just curious.
it would be
Brittany.
Brittany, and then it also, if you notice in the package, it'll either be the principal or one of the vice principals going as well.
It's an awesome opportunity for these kids.
Caroline, a question?
Yes, Jason, I noticed in here, that there's no travel advisory, that it's just, basic. How often are those monitored? Because my first instinct was Greece wasn't stable, but it's,
Yeah, it's fine now,
It's
and I
fine.
think it just, they are constantly changing it if a change does happen.
okay,
And we do, talking to Matt earlier, we do have insurance where we can cancel right up to the date if something does change kind of last week or leading up to the trip. So we do have that insurance so that parents would be covered that way.
good, thank you.
I guess it gives us a bit more confidence when one of the administrators is along. We don't manage whatever might come up, and sometimes things happen that you don't expect.
Maybe they were teenagers.
Yeah. Some of us have done that, yeah. Any other questions around this trip? That it's quite a full package of detail, and we appreciate all of the information and the indication of the experience that this person has that has led the trip's international traveler. So I think that gives us confidence. And we have found EF to be really good partners. They kind of know what they're doing, and they are in a position to assess risk, and I think they've been quite responsible in how they handle that. And I'm pleased to know that the board has the right to cancel right up to the end if something new comes up. Some conflict or something quite. So, are we ready to approve that? The Aaron has moved. Any further questions on the motion? All in favor? Carried. Okay, we get to 10.8, which a lot of people have been waiting for, the Bar Colony feasibility report. Are you making some introductory comments on that, or just making a discussion or debate?
No, yeah, it was just, I was asked to put it back on the agenda for this meeting, so.
So, trustees, you've heard some various pieces of information that seem to be at odds with some of the information we've had. What questions do you have of administration to help clarify this?
I'll go first. So I have a written question based on the presentation that was given, so it might be repetitive, or one question belongs to the one, the second will probably belong to the next person. The question number one, Corex estimate is based on RA services, not qualified as a structural engineer. I understand the structural engineer was hired afterwards. Corex provided 1.7 million quote. In Corex quote, structural engineer's information was included when they provided that?
They looked at the 2013 report.
So
Wayne provided that to them.
Corex number does not consider the engineer's recommendation or report.
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Okay.
It wasn't given to them.
Carolyn?
Yeah, Jason, so there's been quite a bit of concern about maintenance dollars and where they're spent. Can you tell me how you determine who gets maintenance dollars?
Yeah, obviously we meet with the facilities committee of the board on a regular basis and review a whole host of projects that are outlined, that our facilities managers bring to us, and we have to look at obviously dollars available. We've seen those PMR dollars shrinking over time, PMR and CMR dollars over the last few years. So we have to kind of balance off what dollars do we have available and what makes the biggest impact. Just a reminder, the PMR program is for projects under $1 million. Any projects over $1 million historically would go through the major capital application process. There's now a minor capital application that was introduced last year, so that would be for projects between $1 million and $10 million. But yeah, projects under $1 million would go through our normal, our facilities department, along with budgeting, the finance department looking at the dollars available, meets with the board, goes through a list of projects and board committee, facilities committee kind of prioritizes what projects are going to be up on the list, and we do every year. You remember every year we bring a 3-year PMR plan to the board for review and approval. So there's always constant monitoring and review of the projects that are going on.
Thanks, Matt.
Carolyn, I might just add to that because, as you know, I've sat on the facilities committee for quite a long time. And so there's been some comments about the fact that significant dollars have been spent on other schools and suggestions that there wasn't spent on Bar Colony. And that's been a case of good stewardship of the money that's available. And the facilities committee felt that we should not direct money to an older part of the building that we anticipated being decommissioned. So it doesn't mean that Bar Colony didn't get some spending. I think Matt can tell us, but there was $500,000 spent on the newer part of Bar Colony, the part that was built in 1977, which I'm talking about, the gym, the offices, the library, and some classrooms. That portion. Am I correct on that, Matt?
Yeah, I think it was about $500,000 in the 17-18 year.
It was 300 and it was on the roof. Yeah.
Sorry.
You're welcome.
Sorry, we can't.
It's not a discussion. Point of order.
Point of order. Go ahead, Matt, your estimate.
Yeah, I think the 17-18 report showed about $500,000 spent on Bar Colony that year.
Okay, thank you for that. I have a question for you, I guess, Jason, because a lot has been said about this. Is there space or capacity in the other elementary schools to serve the needs of the students that are currently in Bar Colony? And that's a 3-part question. First part, space for high quality, regular and innovative programming. And secondly, of course, capacity for quality programming for high needs students.
Sure. In the report, it does show that there is space. There's without redistributing Bar Colony students, like Jack Kemp would be at 60%, Queenie at 71, Winston at 73. So there is space there. based on the estimates that we put together. What was the other portion of the, oh, and
What
then
about
all
the high
our-
needs kids?
Yeah, all our schools, have strong programs to support students with high needs, so, that's across all our buildings.
Right. And the other part of that question was, where do you see pre-K and junior K going?
Well, we're looking at that right now, at what other schools it could go to. I've asked, Tricia and our coordinator to look into that, so it has been in other buildings before, so, that would be something, it would continue for sure, it just would, depending on the decision tonight, but we'd be able to put it in another building or multiple buildings, we're kinda looking at that piece.
Thank you. Trustees, what other questions might you have of Kathy?
Okay, so if we were to keep Bar Colony, keep Avery, there's work to be done on Bar Colony that we've talked about, what about Avery? Is
Yeah,
there work to be done on Avery if we were to keep it?
Yeah, they have deferred maintenance as well, I think it's right around that $800,000 that, of work that would need to be done there with, boiler and I think some roofing pieces there too.
Yes. Aaron?
There were a lot of, multiple presenters talked about the discrepancies in what has been presented, whether it's a $1.7 million or $4 million or whatever. Would you be able to tell me why there's a discrepancy? I know one presenter presented it would cost just $10,000, Forex is presenting 1.7, other presenter said 2.83 for the hoist and really small amount. So it looks like huge discrepancies. Can you explain to me why? I'm just confused. The numbers are so apart, it's not even close.
Yeah, all I can say, I can't speak to the other quotes.
Sure.
I can just speak to our
Yeah,
facility
correct.
department, got our quotes, and those are the ones I included in there. So that's all I can really speak to, is that they got quotes and I put them in the report.
So this $1.7 million number has that been provided by qualified engineer or qualified person who is qualified to do the job safely, securely, knowing that certain regulations and safety is needed there?
Well, it was done in 2013 by
Right.
that company there. I wasn't around at that point, so, David, I don't know if you can speak to that. You would have saw some presentations there.
Just maybe clarify your question. Corex quoted 1.7 million. Are you asking about that quote?
Right. So what information they have that other doesn't have, which is causing this? Like,
They have
Forex
this-
should have everything, right?
They had this report.
Okay, is there any
Based on-
additional information which they were given which is not out on the public domain, which caused these discrepancies?
No, they used this 2013 report is what they were provided by, I can't find the name of the company. RH, yeah.
And they went and looked at the job to be done, correct?
Nope,
No?
no, they just
Just
based
went
on
from
this
there.
report, yeah.
Okay. I have no questions.
This is your opportunity.
Last question. Busing
Melanie's
cost.
next.
Are you going for it, or can I ask one question and then you go for it? Sorry. Busing cost, I know, multiple presenters talked about busing cost. What's the comment? How would administration, what's administration comment on it? So the comment is that busing costs would increase, and I know I personally asked that question 2-3 meetings ago, and at the time, I don't remember the exact conversation, but I think it was negligible.
So
Not-
it's transportation.
Yeah, I think, the thing with this is it can't be looked at in isolation, right?
Correct.
There's a lot of context that's going into, we're redoing our gonna be those movements within, busing right now, we're all of our grade 9s are going to one school. That provides some efficiencies. We do have buses going to Bar Colony that have some capacity. Yes, there's kids, I think the estimate's about 65 kids that live within the walk zone of Bar Colony that would need to be bused somewhere else. So those kids would need to be bused somewhere. They would be absorbed within the busing. We obviously haven't gone through a complete redistributing all the busing. What I can say is more anecdotally, but last year we saw 165 more kids show up than we anticipated in our system, and we were able to accomplish that through addition of one extra route, no additional buses, no additional drivers, and it was a route for part of the year, and then we were able to, once we saw where the actual ridership is, because we get a lot of registrations that come in and you might need it for a day, or they might need it for a day or two as opposed to full 5 days. So we look at our overall ridership and then we were able to rejig it. So there's for sure there's busing implications. I don't see the cost of that being,
What do you report?
being a significant portion of it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't see the cost piece being a significant component of that, because like I said, we have 60-ish, 65-ish kids within that area, that walk zone, that will need to be bused, whether it's to Jack Camp or potentially Randall Park. Those kids would get picked up on an existing route that's going through there and moved along. So we anticipate very minimal additional costs for transportation.
Melanie, you had a question?
I do, Jason. We're talking about, some things that are going to be obviously in the hands of operations. And I'm just looking down the road at, looking at the decommissioning of a school and repurposing it for academic purposes versus not, all of these things. But when we're looking specifically at even some of the argument tonight, the areas within our city that we could serve better as well. And so I have a twofold question, but I'm going to ask them both at the same time because you might answer it in one. For provincial grants and the way you have seen approvals be made, because you've gone through this with College Park, and then or our division has, you've reviewed that, and then again we applied for school, and then we got money for LCHS. Does decommissioning a school and bumping up our usage rates increase our chances to be able to move up the priority list to get a new school? Number one. And number two, failure to do that and leaving the usage rates low, will that move us out of the running for an application for a new school? Because I think this is important as we look down the road as our city continues to expand towards the west and south. It's kind of a twofold question, but I would like to just hear.
I can't speak to the decrease or increase, but what I can speak to is they do, when you apply for a new school, they do look at utilization rates across your division and those pieces. So that would be a piece of your application that they would look at for sure. And the higher utilization you have, the more need they see for you to have a building. And really what they're trying to determine is the need for a building in your school division or your community.
Thank
you. Did both your questions get answered?
Yes, he can't speculate, but I'm hearing, and I just want to summarize that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the possibility seems lower if our usage rates aren't up there. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, it would be.
Okay.
Just before we go to another, can you just clarify the kind of conversation you had with the ministry over this issue?
Sure, I did ask earlier in the year, just would it harm the chances of getting a new school if we were to do some consolidation or something like that, and I received an email back that it wouldn't harm our chances of getting a new school.
So you have that in writing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do have a comment from fellow trustee Mutter. I wouldn't consider anything under 100% is at capacity. I think 100% is at capacity. So anything over 100% could be considered as, okay, now we are getting into over capacity, right? So at that point, at least I think we have a point to say, well, we are over capacity. But I don't think we can make a point when we are at 95%, because if I'm a government, I might say, well, you still have 5% capacity. Fill that up first, then we'll consider the next step, right?
Kathy?
Dave, I just, on his comment, in previous years, and I don't know if you can remember, that we were told that actually the government doesn't look at 100% capacity, they look at 120 to 140% capacity before they say the schools are open.
I think they were talking about that sort of when the application might get triggered.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Back to you, Herb.
We might ask all the questions. So Pam Ether in her presentation brought out a point that she's worried about the equipment, space, resources, EA that are available to specifically pre-K and junior kindergarten students, but I would apply that to other students as well if they were to move other school. Board chair asked the question, would that affect quality of education and experience for a student if they were moved to other schools? Is there anything, I think, would you repeat that question again, or answer again, sorry?
Okay, well, I'm not sure.
Okay,
what
let me
you're
ask that question
asking
again.
about
I think you already
resources.
answered it, but
EAs
let me
would follow, if that's what you're talking about, like
Okay,
EAs would follow.
let me rephrase the question.
Okay.
Worried about the equipment, space, resources, and EA that is attached to the pre-K, junior K student existingly. If they were to move to other schools, how would that affect them? Because they will be taken out, right? Some of these will be taken out. Resources are taken out, school space isn't there now. EA will of course move, but there will be other equipments. They may or may not have access to that. I know one of the other presenter talks about special need bathrooms and other stuff. How would that kid move to other school? Will that kid have the same access in other schools?
If you're talking pre-K, we would have to do a model of a bathroom, or they have specific requirements, correct?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay.
The like EAs, resources, those type of things would, their division resources, they would follow. The space piece, I think Pam had shared, like other schools don't have that space to have a chill room, and like they don't have all of those. They make unique, they find unique ways to provide different spaces and those type of things that will look different. But that is a luxury that Bar Colony would have that other schools wouldn't have.
That's the loss.
Yeah, the space piece for sure.
Space will be a loss.
Yep.
Okay. And as far as, and I'm not specifically talking about the bathroom, I'm talking about anything that a kid needs. If that kid were to move from this school to the other, would he have access to whatever he needs, I guess? That's the
Yeah.
moral of the story. Would he
Yeah.
have access to whatever he needs?
Yeah, because we have students in all our buildings that have special needs, and they are supported well, and we hear all the time that they're, in other buildings, we hear the same thing, how great that school is at supporting those students.
Gina?
One comment that was made here in the decommissioning, I didn't get a chance to ask the presenter, but just wondered if it could be clarified. Some of the students that recently transitioned to grade 7 at Bishop Lloyd will have to transition again to ES Laird for grade 8, then again following year to LCHS for grade 9. That seems extensive, 3 years in 3 different schools. Really doesn't give them a chance to get familiar with the school staff and other students.
Yep,
So can you just give me
something we've
clarification?
thought about, and I think that's about 16 students, I think, if I remember correctly, in that one area that would, so they'd be currently in grade 7 going into grade 8, so the plan we've discussed is that we would do 1 more year of busing to Bishop for those students, instead of making them have to make those 3 transitions. So that would be something that we've thought of as well as a senior leadership team as we're talking about this process.
So that would, would avoid the triple transition.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
Good point.
And that's a unique time, it's a unique time to do that because of the other grade transition that's happening. It would only be 1 year that we'd have to do that kind of grandfathered in of the transportation piece. And then those students would now be at the high school no matter what building they were in before that, so.
Thanks.
So that brings us back to transportation again, because you mentioned it. Matt, I'd like you to clarify a little bit more the discrepancy of comments around transportation. When I looked at what was presented, it appeared to me that an estimate had been made. If we consider all expenses, it turns out to about so many dollars per student. And I would use this example to get at what I want you to tell us about. Alberta funds about $10,000 a student, maybe a little bit more, because they use a less complicated formula. And so somebody might say, so if 2 more students are added to your school, that costs you $20,000. But it doesn't. But at some point it triggers. If you have 25 more kids and they're not spread out evenly throughout your building, it might mean you need another classroom. But if they're evenly distributed, it might not. So just kind of tell us how you estimate the cost of busing changes.
Yeah, and I guess you're speaking specifically to the estimate that's provided in the annual reports. That is simply here's the total cost of transportation divided by the total number of students that we transport to and from school. It builds in a whole bunch of costs. Things like field trips are included in those costs. So it's not, to your point, it's not a marginal cost. Every extra kid costs that much more. You add 2 more kids, that cost would actually slightly go down slightly because the overall cost of transporting, like you said, if it was evenly distributed, there would be no additional cost to that. For sure there's pockets, and that's what we saw last year with 165 extra kids, and a lot of those pockets came in one school zone, and we had to temporarily add another route, just a route, not a full bus, and to accommodate those. And then over time we saw the efficiencies of ridership and utilization on the buses to a point where we knew we could pick up this stop more and those additional stops. So yeah, if we all of a sudden had 40 more kids in a specific neighborhood that was being serviced by a full bus already, we'd have to look to address that. But I think again, looking at the context of the whole change that we're undergoing, we're going to see a lot of changes in busing. So it's an opportunity. Opportunity is the wrong word. It's a time when you could look at balancing all your bus routes as you're doing that. And we have a computerized busing program that does do that. That tries to balance as much as possible ride times, ridership, so we don't have buses of 70 kids running for 25 minutes and buses of 30 kids running for 5 minutes, right?
Here, another question?
Was there a feasibility report provided to Avery School? Pardon? This is the question that was asking on the presentation. Was there a feasibility report provided to the Avery School?
Yes, I met with the staff and went through a report with them.
Answer yes, okay. Question number 2. I understand if we were to move Avery from Avery to Bar, the ongoing operation cost for Avery will not be there, but there will be a cost to move one-time students from there to the Bar colony. Do we know the cost, and is that a part of the equation that we have? I think we did see that, or we did not.
No.
Do we have the cost?
No.
Okay. Do we have estimates of this cost? Okay.
would that involve a minor capital project application because of some of the changes that we would need to make to make it suitable for the different users?
Well, we'd have to do some initial pieces right off the bat to make it functional for them, and then we'd have to put in a minor capital project to kind of do a renovation, tear down the part that needs to be tore down, do a renovation to make it look how they would want it to look and function the way they want it to function.
So while we're on that, let's just review the numbers. The deferred maintenance or costs that are coming due at Avery. I think you used, what, 837 in your report, 837,000?
Yeah, it was just over 800,000, yeah.
And what about the cost estimates for the older part of Bar Colony?
Well, the 5-year deferred maintenance for Bar Colony is 3.7 million.
3.7.
Yeah.
So, I mean, these are big numbers. If the estimates are a little bit off, it's still very, very significant. We've covered quite a bit. Trustees, do you have other areas you want to ask about?
I don't, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Do we have any idea what it cost for a new portable? One of the comments, or one of the questions was about replacing portables too.
Portables cost about 600,000 a piece, and you have to apply to the government. We've already, the application windows passed for this year, so you have to apply to the government to get approval for a new portable or relocate or moving a portable. But I believe the cost is somewhere in the $615,000 for a new portable.
And is
For
that
what?
for installation and everything, or?
That's to deliver it on the site.
Okay, that was my question.
That cost has been rising pretty rapidly, hasn't it, compared to just a few years ago?
Yeah, I can't remember the Avery portable, but it was under $500,000.
I don't have any questions. I just would like to state my feelings around this whole discussion. I've been to every single meeting. I've read everything multiple times. Had lots of thoughts, lots of discussions. I personally feel that this process can be slowed down, and that is an option, and that I feel it would be prudent to have current reports, full, thorough reports, so that we can look at whether it is an option to do a minor capital project on the school or not, knowing what that lifespan might be if we did do the work, would be important to me. As a parent, it's really hard not to feel for other parents. So for me, I think it absolutely is an option to slow down the process, to look at what the changes that we are making for next year, what they look like, what kind of impacts they have, so that we know financially, but also have the time to look at the whole picture and make sure that we haven't missed anything and that every stone has been turned.
All right, thank you for that. Other comments? They don't necessarily have to be questions, they just be comments if you wish.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Vern.
It would be an unfair question, but I still want to take a chance, and if you don't know the answer, that's fine. Through Jason, I will ask this question to Matt. One of the Bar Colony Vice President's presentation, she mentioned page 21, check your numbers. Is there any mathematical error on our numbers that we are aware of or anybody has brought to our attention?
I don't believe so. No.
I know it's an unfair question, but I couldn't ask the clarification question what number we are talking about, but okay.
Either Jason or Matt, remind us of what staff cost savings can happen if we aren't operating those two old buildings. In other words, costs that would be related to the administration and cleaning and all that sort of.
Right, so, yeah, you have, sorry, I don't.
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Sorry.
You just use the talking to it.
Yeah, I mean, there'd be savings, with the administration, you're going from 10 schools to 9 schools. So there is, like I said, there's some savings there with the administrator allowance. Obviously, those individuals still, we hold them contracts and they'll continue to be, to have contracts, but, you know, when we look at the average cost of a teacher within our system, you know, across all 235 FTE, I think the number when we factor in salary benefits, link costs, you know, absences and personal days and prep time and all those pieces, you know, somewhere in the range of $100,000. We'd obviously, you go from 10 to 9 sets of caretakers. So is there gonna be a need for some caretaking at other schools with increased enrollment or increased utilization? For sure, but is it gonna be the same? I would say no. There's reduced secretarial time that's required when you go from 10 schools to 9 schools. So that's where the estimates have come in at, when we look at just that efficiency around going from 10 down to 9 physical sites.
Jason, I think you put a number on that, did you not?
Yeah, it's right on, what page is that on?
123.
Okay. Or, in here,
21.
page 21. Yeah, 138,000. Then, like I said, Matt has said it's an estimate. That's also the grant reduction of 280,000, which is it's a high estimate, so we don't wanna, I didn't wanna present a number there that was best case scenario, or there's room there for, if the grant is reduced a bit lower, it might be a bit more savings, but the risk of it being, higher than 280,000 is a lot lower.
So you're talking about the cost savings minus the shift in the grant.
Yeah.
Where are we at? Have we had our questions answered? One more here. Carolyn, you have one?
No, I don't, but I would like to make a motion if,
I think Mary
Actually,
has
this
that.
is, I had a statement too.
okay.
I think this question was asked by more than one presenter, so I will ask this question to my fellow board member and not to administration. And I'll just read the statement that will kind of capture what the question was. A lack of maintenance spending should not be used to develop a business case to decommission a facility. So the way I understand the concern is, presenter felt that they're being set up, I guess, in a simpler word. I'm trying to paraphrase that. So I'll go first, what my feelings are and how I see it, and then I'll ask my fellow members to comment on it and see how they feel. I don't think I myself is seeing it this way. Lack of maintenance was not used to develop a business case for potential closure of our colony. That was a strategic decision at the time. It's way before I started as a board trustee, and I understand why that decision was made to not spend any facility money or maintenance money on Bar Colony, and I trust those decisions were executed in the best information available at the time to the board. And ever since I am on the board, I understand why we haven't spent the money. So I don't feel that way, that the lack of maintenance is a business case to close the Bar Colony, but I'll open it up for other members.
I disagree with that statement as well. We have not rushed this decision, and we have not maintained Bar Colony School because of this decision. We're looking at a new school. there's a lot of other factors that go in, so I don't think that statement is true.
I would also agree with what has been said, and I think with the information that we had at the time, they had at the time is why the decisions were made. I didn't realize though that when they talk about the firms, that one was not a qualified structural engineer firm. So I'm in agreement with what has been said.
Other comments?
I don't know if we're going in order or you didn't need to comment.
No.
Okay. I didn't know you were going to ask the roundtable question, but I did have a statement regarding, this is such a heavy decision, very weighty, emotionally charged, and I have to keep looking at what is my job, what is my role. It feels really, and I hear it seems so quick and all these things, and because I've only been on for the last 2 years, I felt that we've had sufficient conversation that we could even think about what are we going to be doing, because there are options. What does that look like? And I'm hearing that all the numbers are not firm and all of these things, but the bottom line becomes, as a board member, what decision will I make based on what's going to be best for our future? Do I feel, even looking at the need for new school, looking at all these things, regardless of what that decision is, I have to ask myself, is it better to go with the decision that I've actually felt for the last year, but I wanted to hear and knew more information, or is it so difficult and so weighty and so emotional for people, and will my decision change? And is it kinder to say, here's what we're doing, let's give good notice if this is really where we're going, or we defer it and nothing changes? And so this is a big weighty thing for me personally today. I have to say, I really feel that the information we received, the amount of time, energy, finances that would be to procure the additional data is money not well spent. And I would be supportive of a motion to, as much as my colleagues have stated, at this time, having had that information over the course of the years, I don't think it's kind to defer and defer and defer. I think I would be in support of a motion to deal with these things. Tough thing to say.
Caroline's about to make a motion. Jana, did you have another comment?
I didn't realize it was the total completion of what we were trying to get towards a motion, but I also wanted to also add, I feel it is rushed. I do feel I require more information. I do agree with what Chrissy has said. I brought up some other concerns before too, related to a lot of what's already been discussed, and so I do believe that we need more time. I know inevitably this could possibly be a school closure, like you said, depending on what happens with funding and looking at what the school needs and what we need in the future. We know that Avery's old. We know that Bar Colony's old, but I wanted to just finish it out when I realized that we were trying to make that decision. So I do believe that we need more time.
Sorry, I still have a question, so.
You go.
Yeah. I wanna, if with your permission, I wanna ask a question to our fellow trustee. What other information you would be seeking? I myself have two worries at this point, and those are no cost for Avery moving, which is a one-time cost. It's not ongoing costs, which will be compensated through ongoing cost savings by not having an additional building. And the second concern is that 1.7 million engineering cost that wasn't considered that wasn't considering the structural engineer's recommendation. If, I don't know if it will have an implication or not, I don't know, but those two are the only reservation point I have. And if we were to defer, those two are the question I would be seeking. So when you say you need more information, what other information would you need to make an informed decision?
Well, one of the things I know is that, like you said, I didn't realize that one of the consultants was not a structural engineer, and those were findings in 2013. And so up to date now, that's one part of it. Would it make a difference? And I think there is some clarifications that are needed to make more complete decisions.
So your question would be, I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand what other information. So I think the information that was used in 2013, the rationale that the board took, including myself at the time, is with the passing of time, it is safe to assume things will either go worse or stay as it is. It's not gonna get better, right? So those are the rationale that we as a board took at a time. And if we want to defer it, I think there has to be a follow-up plan to say, okay, give us this information, that's what we need to make a decision. So what are those information that we need to make a decision?
Well, it would have to be a present day cost with a reputable company.
Yeah, like what I wrote down was you'd want a structural engineer to go and look at it, is what I wrote down.
Which is quite a cost.
Potentially.
Potentially.
Okay. Is
Just
that
to-
the
just
only
to be
information you need to make an informed decision? With the permission of the chair. Sorry, I'm not
Yeah,
trying to
that's-
address you
that's-
directly.
That's one concern, yeah, that's part of
Sorry.
it.
So when you say one, is there more?
Well, I've also been told that we have other places in the other schools for kids that are special high needs. And the other concern I have is, okay, like they're talking about the spaces that they have at Bar Colony and the type of kids' needs that they have. And so space is a premium. And I would just like to know for sure how they implement this in other schools. So are the staffs feeling adequate with what they have? Like, if they have a child that decides to throw a desk in Rendell Park or College Park, like, how do they deal with that in relation to what they do at Bar Colony, that kind of thing? Like, these are, like, I'm just told that they can handle it. I'm not saying they can't, I just would like further clarification. So, we always know that there's some staff that maybe feel they aren't being heard and don't have a sufficient covering, and probably most do. I mean, that's only human nature, but those are.
Good discussion here, I appreciate that. Administration, any response to Gina's question about our other schools handling these kind of challenges like this?
Yeah, other school, like I've said before, other schools have intensive needs students, and they deal with them differently, obviously, because we've talked about Pam's, how she really highlighted the unique piece of Bar Colony with the space. Other schools don't have that space, but they have other ways of handling difficult situations, those type of things. So we have parents that speak very highly of other buildings and how their children are supported there too. So I'm not sure what else what other way I can answer that.
Yeah.
So in that sense, the only question is the cost then? That's the only information you feel?
Well, I mean, listening to some of the presentations, I mean, I sense that these are questions they just need answers to.
Right.
And just to say, well, it's gonna, like, this is not a present time quote.
Yep. So to defer a motion, any motion to defer, I think would require, in my mind, would require a concrete question that should be direct it to administration saying this is what we need to make a motion, because as a board, I think we do have an obligation to make an action. Whether to act on it or not act on it, either way it's acting, right? So unless we have a specific ask, we should bring it out, saying this is what we need, bring it to us to make a motion. Just saying, need more information without specifically articulating it, would be a stalling, right? And I don't think that's in the best interest of anyone's time. So if there is a motion to defer, I think I would be seeking clarification on 2 points that I mentioned. Other than that, I don't think I need any other information.
Sorry, you mentioned cost to move Avery, what was the other piece?
One-time cost to move Avery,
Yep.
and I don't know how that would, this is new to me, so I don't even know what the question is, but the $1.7 million code that was used, there was no input from structural engineer, so I will have to work it out with facility chair to see what does it mean if structural engineer has done report afterwards, how would that change? Is that substantial enough to make an impact on board's decision? Or, because the way I was looking at it, it is a strategic decision. It is about spending resources efficiently and effectively. Is board in right to take one action on the other? So those are the only 2 questions that I would ask if there's a motion to defer.
And I think Dana had a similar one around the structural engineer piece.
Correct.
Christy wants to make a comment, but Caroline has indicated that she's ready to make a motion, so do you want to make a comment before she?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I feel like Gina was clear that she wants a structural engineer's report, and I think that's what I'm also asking for as well. So,
So that's 3.
I have a comment,
All right.
because I know we're moving toward a motion. I have to say to you and your team, Jason, that I've really appreciated the information that we have gotten. As questions arise, there will always be questions unanswered. In light of the fact that the provincial governments have decreased our funding so substantially, and in light of the inflationary increases, as a board member, I don't know where we can look for additional funds to maintain what we have and keep our school division sustainable. And that's where I'm sitting, is that this is the seat, and it's a tough thing. But looking at all those things, and I know you continue to go to the government and argue for equal treatment as an urban center, for additional transition funding. You have had countless meetings, as did your predecessor, with our local representatives. And I see us in this position regardless. And it's tough, you know, as being a citizen of this community, being a parent of the public school division, having been an educator, it's a tough thing, and the provincial governments have really put us in this position, and I'm mad. I want to say that, I'm mad, because this should not be, you know, everybody wants all the awesome things, and yeah, I look and I see, and it's amazing, and these are our children. These may not be my biological child, but the ones in my home are not my biological children either, but they're still my kids. And I want them to have everything. I want them to have the best supports. I want them to be most successful, but not at the cost of other kids. And that's where I'm sitting. And so I just needed to make that comment and have everyone think very carefully about where we've been, how far we've been, how much conversation we've had, but to be respectful and kind with the amount of this, that's the tough thing.
I want to allow Caroline to make her motion, but there's still time for debate. I mean, that's often when debate happens. So if you have a motion that you want to make.
Sure. Okay. I'd like to make a motion that the Board of Education discontinue serving grades pre-K to grade 6 at Bar Colony School effective July 1st, 2024.
because I wish to speak to that, I need to vacate the chair. And so, Vice Chair Chrissy, if you would chair while this motion is being dealt. You said it, it's a heavy decision for us. But, Madam Chair, I'd like to speak in support of this motion. As a parent noted in our last board meeting, this is a complex and multifaceted issue. And certainly our delegations tonight have emphasized that. So I think it's important to just take a little time right now to summarize and just pull this together. So I want to just talk about the main points of the debate that we have had in several meetings and again tonight, and I very much appreciate the contributions that each of the trustees have made. First of all, we'll just talk a little bit about the space issue for general programming, but also for high need students. Secondly, sustainability. Thirdly, parental concerns and desires. And fourthly, staff concerns. So just to recap some of the stuff on instructional spaces, the director has confirmed again that there is room in our other elementary schools to accommodate the needs of these students. I think he's made that fairly clear in his feasibility study, and he has spoken to it again tonight. But just additionally, let's look at the fact that there are 5,300 square meters of space been added at our high school, and that's going to allow 300 students, 300 grade 9s to move to the high school. And that leaves 300 empty seats behind when they do that. The projected enrollment for Bar Colony next year is 244, although we heard tonight that it's growing. The projections that administration have given us is that it is going down next year, and the general enrollment projections are quite flat. If you look at this change another way, there are currently 11 sections of grade 8s. They're going to be, for the most part, grade 9s next year. And so 11 sections moving over, that leaves 11 empty classrooms behind. Also consider that we already have significant underutilization spaces now, so that adds to that. And Jason has used those numbers of 61%, 71%, and 73%. For 10 years, the board has looked for opportunities to provide better programming spaces for our Avery students. This motion creates that opportunity. I really think we have to talk about sustainability. Several of you have raised that in our discussion, and it's noteworthy. In light of the budget pressures that we are experiencing and that we've talked about today, the board must look for efficiencies. Inflation is outpacing the estimated changes in grant revenues, and that stares us in the face. So the board must look at decommissioning superfluous space. We've gained all that space at the high school. There has to be some balance. The efficiency of serving 361 students in 9 schools instead of 10, as Matt pointed out, can't be overlooked. In addition to those savings, we've talked about the avoidance of heavy costs to maintain those old buildings. And whether we agree on the exact number or not, we've had an estimate from administration of 3.7 million of costs coming up to maintain that old building at Bar Colony, and 837,000 estimated cost to take care of the upcoming maintenance and repair needs at Avery. Those are huge numbers when you're in a budget challenge. And in the past little while, it seems that whenever you get an estimate for a building renovation, when you actually tender it, it comes in higher than the estimates. And I think we have to have a lot of confidence in our maintenance people and the estimating that they do and the thorough job they do in checking into that. We keep talking about the 1.7 to fix the problems underneath the floor, but that is just a temporary solution because you still have a 60-year-old frame building sitting over damp ground that continues to be a challenge. And you have the air system, the air ducts passing through that crawl space, which is another concern. So option one, we handed out the 3 options that we're going to look at, and they're available for you to look at. Option one is a temporary measure, but sooner or later you have to address those challenges. Option two, to adequately address the issues for a long-term solution, would require vacating at least some of the space and moving students elsewhere as part of that building needs to undergo an extensive renovation. And so that would be as disrupting, basically, as option 3. Now, option 3 is the one that presents a long-term view to look well into the future. So we've talked about a lot about sustainability, and I meant to mention on the space thing, Jason used the word that Bar Colony School has the luxury of extra space. But I think when we look at it at projected deficits, if we don't change something, we're going to have a significant budget deficit. We're not in a position to be able to afford luxuries. We are continually committed to providing students to have an excellent opportunity. Personal excellence for each student is our aim, but not luxury. Parental concerns, desires, and preferences is next on my list. Regarding parents' desires to have their children served at Bar Colony School, we've heard them. Their aspirations are completely understandable, and as has already been mentioned, this part is heart-wrenching. Around this table, we're all parents, so I think we understand that. These parents are deeply invested in their school. Now, unfortunately, the sustainability issue makes it impractical to continue to use those 2 old buildings, the 60-year-old section of Bar Colony and Avery that was built in 1956. Naturally, not surprising, they run up high maintenance costs. And we can say to these parents that the staff will provide thoughtful transition planning opportunities to make the transition as smooth as possible. That would certainly be our desire. And we can say that no student will be more than a few minutes from their school, whether they take a bus or they walk. This fall, the average bus ride is 7 3/4 minutes. That's the luxury of living in a relatively small city. Staff concerns weigh heavily on us. The directors met with Bar Colony staff on multiple occasions and provided them with the assurances of how this can unfold and how where their jobs might be taken care of. On December 4th, we heard passionate feedback from the staff to defend the operation of this facility. And I think every trustee understands where they're coming from. The staff loves their school, and we appreciate that. And they want what's best for students, for sure. However, again, the long-term sustainability of the school division as a whole tips the balance in favor of this motion that Caroline made. So just to kind of summarize or bring that to a conclusion, our delegations have challenged us on several issues. And I think it's fair to say that administration has answered the questions that we put to them arising out of that. It's also fair to say that we've been held to account over pieces where we can do better. I think we want to own that. We need to own our mistakes. And we need to make corrections. Democracy is at work when the public scrutinizes our work. and ask questions. It's a good process. I also think it's reasonable to say that these concerns, and some of them are as small as the wrong date on the bottom of a policy page, even though the minutes have the correct date. Or a note on an AP procedure
Can I
that,
ask point of order, sir?
Just reminder that we're not supposed to be speaking, just the person speaking at this table. Thank you.
thank you, Madam Chair. And something as small as the director seemingly to communicated a policy change orally rather than electronically, and perhaps did electronically later. I guess I'd like to say that those are not material to the outcome. If we were to replay with those changes in place, the outcome should not likely be any different. We shouldn't lose an opportunity to pursue the long-term vision for our facilities over issues like that. The board has been discussing this vision for the facilities for a very long time. 10 years ago, the Bar Colony School was informed of the structural and safety hazards, the mitigation strategies required, and informed of the application for a replacement school. And that was dogged for some years. Then later in 2017, we made a joint application with our sister school division for a new school. And certainly it was clear at that point, if we were partnering with another school division, that it wouldn't be on the same site. And all those applications are documented in public documents available to the public. As trustees, I think we have to take the view from 35,000 feet, where we look at all of our facilities, and we look at all 4,360 students, and all their needs. And we also look at sustainability over the long run. And we look at the trends of where our budget is going. I believe this motion takes us in the direction of long-term sustainability. Thank you.
Does anyone else have anything you want to add?
No, to the motion.
Can I switch you so I can add something? Is that allowed, or can I just add it?
What is your question of me?
I don't have a question for you. I have more of a
wants-
statement.
She wants to
Wondering if
trade
you could
back.
switch back
Like,
now that
can
it's
I
over.
speak when I'm sitting here, is my question.
No, we don't.
No, you have to trade back.
You're the moderator.
Okay, fine.
You are the moderator.
I've already stated how I feel, so
But you can speak, just trade back.
I don't, is that okay?
I mean, it's a bit, are you wanting to vacate the chair again?
Yes, so that I can speak.
Right, I will moderate while you do that.
Thank you.
True.
So I just want to say that I think we can look at sustainability by holding off on this decision for long term for a little while to see what is going to happen in the next year with all of the changes. That's all I would like to state.
If that's all, I would ask you to return to the chair and handle the discussion and debate.
I do have a question, sorry.
Yeah, well,
Chair.
direct it to the new chair.
Go ahead.
I have a question for the
Sorry.
trustee. I
Oh.
can't ask the question to chair, can I?
Nope.
Switch back.
Anyone else have any comments? All right, the motion's been put on the table. So all in favor of approving the motion?
Could I just ask it be read again, just so we're very clear?
Caroline, do you want to read it again?
Sure. I move that the Board of Education discontinue serving grades pre-K to grade 6 at Bar Colony School effective July 1st, 2024.
All in favor? All opposed? The motion's carried.
I wanna say, this is a
We
direct
can't
attack.
follow
I
your
don't care,
rules.
you don't follow your rules, so I'm not. And I'm here and I represent a vulnerable population of children and families in our community. And this is negligent
We
behavior.
don't have to let
This
it
is
keep
abuse
on
of
going.
power. And for as long as I work in funding, both federally, provincially, and regionally,
Carly,
I'll make that known.
thank you.
Thank you for acknowledging my name. Because nobody else at this table acknowledged anybody else in this room. Your failure to do proper project management and your abuse of power is sickening.
Don't we have security?
Yes. Is security here?
I don't need security to speak my voice. I will not be silent. Thank
We
you.
obviously know that.
I don't need to know that I can speak. Thank you.
Sorry, I vacate the chair.
Thank you, Christy, for looking after that. So I think that motion leads to other motions.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to move that the Board of Education approve the revised school attendance boundaries as presented effective July 1st, 2024.
Any questions around that motion? Any debate on that motion? Are we ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? 2 opposed? The motion is carried. I think this leads us to another motion.
Yeah, I'd like to move that the Board of Education relocate Avery Outreach School to the 3103 52nd Avenue, Lloydminster, Alberta location, effective January 1st, 2025.
Were you all able to hear the motion as read?
No, we got noise in the background, we should maybe.
Pam?
I'll speak up. I can speak up. I move that the Board of Education relocate Avery Outreach School to the 3103 52nd Avenue, Lloydminster, Alberta location, effective January 1st, 2025.
Is there any discussion around that motion? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. I think we still have to deal with the grade reconfiguration. Is somebody ready to move on that?
It's another addition.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was 10.
10.
Here's the. Here's that. Can you pass those down? So this one's just to make the LPSD grade reconfiguration because of the addition to the high school official. So the decision was made when that announcement came out around the addition to the LCHS. Decision was made to move the grade 9 students from our middle schools into the high school and grade 6 students from our elementary schools into our middle schools. So each school had their SEC signed to show their support for this change. So this motion is to complete this process and solidify this change for the start of the 2024-2025 school year. And you can see the recommended motion, but then A on that motion would have to be removed.
Okay. So the draft that we have provided by Matt just needs to have that one removal.
Sorry, I'm just confused.
Clarify that
This
again
one.
for us.
Oop, not that.
You need to.
The recommended motion, you see it at the bottom of the page there?
Thank you.
The
Thanks.
recommendation here?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and that's, what's that replacing?
well, that's the motion that we would need to make to have the
Okay.
grade sixes move to the middle schools and the grade nines move to the high school.
And it's on a possible motion page.
And that's 10.9. Okay, I get it.
Oh, yeah, this was originally, I did.
It's on here.
Yeah.
See, it's taken bar copy off of there.
Is that clear to us
Okay,
all?
I get it,
Yeah.
sorry.
Any further clarification needed? Okay, so is somebody ready to make that motion?
I will make the motion because I know that it needs to happen for the changes that we've already planned for
All right. Thank you,
prior
Chrissy.
to this meeting.
Any further questions or clarification needed? Okay, all in favor? Opposed? None. That motion is carried. Can we leave that area of business now? Okay, I submitted a chair report, to your package. It doesn't need a lot of explanation, we've read it, I just would, draw your attention to the point at the bottom. We had discussed, whether we might like to have the assistance of the SSBA in developing some guidelines that might help support parents and teachers in terms of the use of cell phones and the effect that it has on mental health. And President Jamie Smith Windsor has agreed to put it on the agenda for the next board chair council meeting. So it's a start, at least, to work on that. That is a concern when we see what it is doing to some of our youth mental health. Yeah. So a motion to accept the board chair's written report. Kathy, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Committee reports, Finance Committee, it kind of has been covered to some extent in the other discussion. Is there anything further that Finance wants to report on?
Not much, really.
Correspondence, well, a motion to receive the report, the oral report you did. Varen has moved his own report. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Correspondence. Jason, is there anything besides the Holocaust?
No, that's the only correspondence.
Just while we're on correspondence, I would just draw your attention to the bit of a blizzard of emails from SSBA this last little while. I think maybe in our next meeting we might talk about some of those pieces.
I haven't read them all, but.
And I'll just deal with this. Is it related to correspondence?
No, I have a question before we close to the closed
Sure.
session.
Sure. A motion to receive correspondence. Caroline, all in favor? Thank you. Okay, Varen, you had a question before we go to item 14.
Correct. So, I forgot to ask this question, so I'm gonna ask that right now. So in the presentation, one of the presenters said, the AP is not being followed, the policy is not being followed. And I should have asked that question. I think I did ask the AP part. Did I ask the AP part?
I'm not sure what question you're asking.
Okay. The question is this, AP 120, the question was, Director of Education will pass all the school policy to the school principals. Did that happen? Or is this happening?
It did not happen electronically, so that's
But-
something I will change.
But did that happen in person or
I
any
went
other
verbally
means?
to the two principals that it affected.
So
so
it
it
was
wasn't-
conveyed, not exactly the policy said, but the information was conveyed.
Yeah, so
Okay.
that is a change I will make
Okay.
now that I know.
No, it's fair, right? Second is, there was a policy infraction noted. Did that happen? Or was there an error?
Is that the date?
Yeah, the
I
date was,
don't know.
the date was wrong. It's
Yeah.
been been
There is a
corrected
date.
on there.
Yeah.
The date was
So,
wrong.
that's not
It's been
true, that's.
Corrected on the website, is it?
Yeah, and then Matt can speak to, if you read further down on that one, it says something about the majority of, if the majority of, or no, if all board members agree that it doesn't wait the 7 days, it doesn't have to wait the 7 days, or something like that.
So there was a reference to policy 10 on policy making. Any policy adopted by the board may be amended or suspended in one of the following ways, and the reference was, at a regular meeting of the board or at a special meeting occurring not less than 7 days before the meeting, which the proposed amendment or suspension is to be considered. So that's one way, and if you go, like 2 is by majority vote at a special meeting called to consider, and by number 3 is by unanimous vote of all members at the of the board at meetings other than those included in 14.2. So all trustees were present at the meeting in which the policy was changed, so 14.3 would apply in this case. 14.1,
Okay.
it doesn't apply.
So basically, there was no substance to the concern raised that board is not following the policy and the AP is not being followed, in the substance way.
With respect to that,
That's correct?
with respect to that specific
Instances?
how the policy was changed and following the policy making policy, it was in accordance with.
Okay, perfect. Should have asked that, sorry.
And I, just with respect to the issue, I understand that your question, was it a substantive, lack of adherence? I know I posed this question at some time, and Jason, if you could correct me if I'm wrong, I think we did make a typographical error that we used a date on one of the documents that was overlooked because the date of discussion was first put there so that the admin knew that it was discussed, and then it was brought forward at a meeting, and it just didn't change over the date to the board meeting date. Is that right?
That's right, but
Okay.
it actually makes it a smaller window than was expressed. Wasn't a big enough window, but then
But
as Matt
we-
read,
yes.
it was, all
Yes.
board members are there and it followed policy.
But to my understanding, the bone of contention was that the person who presented indicated that there was a discrepancy, but that was, we own that we had a typo, but we still are we adhered to policy, regardless. Okay, just double checking, because that's what I had heard.
Jean, you have a question?
So is this going to be individually now answered to this person to clarify it? Because these points were made out and now what you're saying is the answer, but that wasn't answered during the presentation
I
because
don't
there
know if
wasn't
there's
time.
a point to go back to that.
We don't
Yeah,
respond to,
Yeah.
No.
There is no response to the presentation, there is a response to the letter. So if there is a letter sent, bringing the concerns up, then there could be a response. For presentation, we receive it from information, we hear it, we ask the question, generally the discussion happen in front of the presenter. So there is no written response needed in that sense, because whatever is need to be said is generally spoken in front of them, right? But if there is a letter or email, then probably there is.
You had a question as well?
I actually had a statement. To my understanding, for us to adhere appropriately to all of our procedures, et cetera, because during a presentation, it can be quite contentious, we couldn't answer that at that point in time. But it's certainly a good point to say, is that something we can do? I don't know. Will it change decisions? Will it change the conversations that happened? And I guess, I'm looking at it saying, did we adhere to this policy? Did we do the things we needed to do here? Are we looking at the greater good? And not all of us may agree, but I think we couldn't answer those questions during presentation. We couldn't, because then we're breaking a procedure.
Most of the questions did get addressed indirectly by our debate and discussions. You had a point you wanted to?
Well, you addressed, I thought you addressed it in your comments around. You said mistakes were made and you brought up the piece that Viren asked about, you brought up
I
AP,
forgot to ask.
and you brought up policy, like I thought you kind of answered. It wasn't a mistakes were made, maybe it wasn't 100% followed, but it didn't have any effect on the final. That if an email would have been sent out versus talk to people face to face, it wouldn't have ended up where we ended up today. I think you said that. I thought you answered it well.
I tried to say that it wasn't material to the outcome.
You did say
That's why I say, was the substance of policy and procedures followed?
I sort of borrowed that term from auditors for your sake.
financial people.
And by the way, Melanie, I didn't mean to not ask that question. I had so many questions written when the presentation was going. That question skipped my mind.
I can't believe it skipped your mind, Karen, holy.
All right, are we ready to go to item 14? Chrissy, you're moving to?
Yes.
Okay, Chrissy has moved that we go to closed session. All in favor? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming.
5 million.
Now we're done.
Right.
I'd like to move that we adjourn.
Thank you, Melanie. All in favor?
Yep.
Carried.
Thank you.
And thank you again.